Alright, that was a weird mix of music. Turns out I still had the volume of my own YouTube video on, so basically the sound got looped all the way around. It did make for an interesting progressive sounding mix, I suppose. Though perhaps a little bit muddy. There's the sound. Alright, never mind. So much for the scenic sound intro. Well, that was weird. I already was wondering why the volume setting wasn't responding on the media player. Anyway, let's switch on the good old Factorio 1.1 music then. Right, welcome everybody to the finale from the 10,000 signs per minute mega base, which we started yesterday, but we ran out of time basically after 11 hours or so of streaming. I realized I was not gonna make it in one day, so we're gonna finish it up today. We have replaced our starter base with this thing, the rocket launch facility, which is going to launch from 98 rocket silos. And that's going to be enough science for 10,000 science per minute. We still have to do the trains to bring in the science, and we have to do some of the belts to connect the stuff for the rocket parts themselves and the satellite. We started with that yesterday, but yeah, we ran out of time. And we also need to do some more biter clearing. This is what is left of my base. It's basically a base in a box, or at least a former base in a box. And a nice box-shaped box. Everything is in there, what we own. It's a lot though. We have over 500,000 wood, very important. 400,000 solar panels and accumulators. We still have about 170,000 explosive rockets, which is going to be important, because we need to take out some biters still. And we've got a lot of bits and bobs. So hopefully that will be enough for everything that we still need to do. This is how the map looks like, including the pollution. We cleared a little bit of land here yesterday, but we still need to clear a bunch of land here. Probably in some sort of circular radius outwards from this mega base part, where we are actually going to be producing the bulk of the stuff. This is 10,000 signs per minute for purple signs, yellow signs and the rocket parts. Whereas this little thing here is 10,000 signs per minute for red, green and blue signs. That's quite a bit smaller. This entire thing here is the 1000 signs per minute base, just for scale. This is the solar field, and this was the former nuclear plant. But now it's gone. Except for the reactors themselves. We kept those up, so we can build it back if we need to. Alright. I think yesterday we lost one of the spiders. We still have the... we lost many spiders already. We started with the black widow. Now we have the teal widow. On the right side. Yesterday we lost the... not the white recluse. We already were down to the slightly less white recluse. So I guess we need to make a new spider team. Probably it's going to be the... I suppose the... meanwhile blatantly grey recluse. Iteration 3. I do not want to go on the attack with just one spider, because if I make the mistake and I lose this, then I cannot get rid of the biters, and soon expansions will be popping up all over the land again. As of now, there are no biters on the map except for on these islands over here, and they are actively absorbing pollution, which is nice. There are no biters in the void. We took out all of them, and we are clearing them out as we discover them. That's the plan. So I suppose we need to make a new spider team. Yeah. We need some requester chests for ourselves. I do have logistics bots in here, but I do not want to switch on all my personal requests. It's Factorio 1.1. I cannot selectively make groups yet. You just request a single thing. So instead we're just gonna use this as my personal requests. So yeah, we need a new spider. 3 in fact. We also need 3 spider remotes. These were already in use for something else. Okay, let's request just all the spiders we have. Okay, that'll do. 3 spiders. Let's see. First spider. Second spider. Third spider. Then... Can I see what is in there? Okay, so we got the main guy and the... Okay, they have the same inventory. The main, the leader and the 2 followers. They have the same stuff on them. So 3 energy shields, 3 legs, a fusion reactor and 4 batteries. I can probably just paste, copy the setting from these guys. Okay, that brings the rockets already there. It's gonna take a while to load up these guys. They're requesting 16,000 rockets a pop. So hopefully we don't lose more spiders, because that is basically a third of our remaining rockets, which is going to be loaded on these spiders. Alright, so this guy is not going to be... This is not a nameless combat spider. This is actually going to be White Recluse version 3. So we had the White Recluse to start with. Then we had the slightly less White Recluse. I think we are already this down. Like I said, we're gonna go with 140, 142. Let's go 169. Yeah, this is my decision-making process live in action. Yeah, that looks enough less white. There's already the blatantly grey recluse, not white at all anymore. Yeah, that tells you enough about this, how careful I am with these spiders. I seem to lose them all the time. Alright, so then we need these red spiders to follow the grey spider. And then we can get rid of the... Okay, this is good. They are following. Alright, so then we can get rid of the red remotes. We can also get rid of all these spiders. We still need to get the stuff though. We need 12 batteries Mark II. 3 fusion reactors. Then 9 legs and 9 energy shields, if we still have those. I suppose we do. Although the energy shield is not really helping that much, I feel. I think we're going to use it anyway. Alright, so... I think I can just shift click that in here still. Okay, yeah, that goes right in there. That goes right in there. I cannot do it with this one, or I will reset the color. So here we will just simply input it ourselves. Alright. So shields loading. Okay, the shields are loading. These things take 200 kilowatts. We provide 750, so we should, even if we are walking, we should slowly be charging up the batteries in these spiders. It's only when we are in combat that these shields start draining the batteries again. So I think we can just send the replacement slightly less white recluse out. Yeah, this remote is looking suspiciously inactive. So let's throw that away. And we'll put the blatantly grey recluse in its place. Right. I guess, and then it's off with these guys to the front lines as well. This is the furthest away zoom level that the spider lines are visible. If I zoom out further, they disappear. That is how large this map is already. Alright, so now we got some backup troops. If I lose one spider, we can use the other one to take out the nest before they expand all over the map. So that is that is the security I want to have. I won't attack with just one spider, because if it takes me an hour to get spiders out to the front, there will be 15 expansions on the map already, and I have to track them down. There's no radar coverage. If I miss one, then they're just going to expand further. It's going to be awful, because my entire base is undefended. Alright. I suppose before we go into combat, we will finish the belt part of the base. We got started with it yesterday. We brought in the radars, accumulators and solar panels, and we decided how we would arrange these belts over here in this sort of splitter. Then they turn here, it crosses the rail line, the science train is going to come in here, and then it just goes all the way into the rocket silo area, where the satellite stuff goes to the satellite, and the rocket parts go to the four corners of the base. And logistics bots will eventually distribute those over the rocket silos, and they will also bring the science out to the labs. That is the plan. Finally get to catch a live one. Yeah, that's going to be probably the best one of the series, I hope. But we're gonna, today I'm not gonna stop before this is active. Even if it takes me, I don't know. Ooh, this is trippy. Oh yeah, we still have to... Okay, I need to make a to-do list. Restore lake with 100k fish. We had to landfill apart. And we accidentally took out some extra fish as well. There is supposed to be 100,000 fish in my starter lake. Okay, I have map tags. Oh, here's my notes all. We'll put it under here for now. I have looks like map tags all over still. Probably can get rid of most of them. I also need to, before we switch on the 10,000 science per minute base, I need to make sure the 1,000 science per minute base does not reactivate. So I don't want these labs to research or these specs being consumed. I don't want this to be distributed. This should remain dormant. Maybe eventually we can switch it on again. We can have an 11,000 science per minute base. But in the beginning I want this to be off. So we gotta fix or like disable the 1k SPM launch facility. Very important which symbol that has. We need to take out more biters. Take out more biters. That's what we're gonna start with. Just as a warm-up. I cannot give the enemy tags just yet, so let's just say... Okay, this is also limited. Red signal. Red signal for taking out the biters. And then just we need to... connect satellite belts. That is what we started with yesterday. Yeah, that's what we're gonna start with, I suppose. And connect rocket part belts. And that requires us I guess RCU. Let's do RCU. Give it one final tribute. We need to properly like subdivide blue chips and LDS. Now for the blue chips, they go to yellow signs, the rocket, they go to yellow signs, the satellites, and the rocket control units. So we gotta divide that over 3. And low density structures go to satellites, rocket parts, and yellow signs. For blue chips, I have the division. I made notes for myself. For low density structures, I didn't, so we'll have to reverse engineer our way out of that. Like, see what we did over here and find out which portion is supposed to go where. And we gotta, like, make the science train. That's going to be the last thing we'll do. That is also a multi-step process. So this is not a train base, it's a belt base, but we do have some trains. But to prevent myself from making a train network, not that I need to prevent myself because I don't really do that anyway, but the challenge was no rail signals. So we are not using rail signals or chain signals at all. We have to make a multi-train loop without signals. That is going to be the challenge. Right. I think that list is complete. Yeah, so Matja says filling trains with direct minus in less than a second when. So yesterday after the stream we visited Colonel Will, who is making a mega base in space age. This is the old Factorio 1.1 because that's where we started. And the changes are too drastic to just change this base over to 2.0 without much issue. So, and also 10,000 signs per minute is not a very, like, it's not a goal on the scale of 10,000 signs per minute in Vanilla 1.1. For instance, Colonel Will was already over 1 million signs per minute. This is my blue chip area. Like, we've got green chips for red chips over here. This is the red chips for the blue chips. And here we got the smelting and the green chips for the blue chips. All 60 belts of green chips. And then we've got like 240 assemblers actually making the blue chips. That is how much we need to make 4 belts of blue chips. Colonel Will in his Space Age playthrough needed 4. 4 assemblers, and that made the same amount of blue chips as my entire blue chip setup. So that is the power of Space Age and legendary quality assemblers and EM plants and modules and beacons, and it's just not funny anymore. One assembler produced over 45 blue chips a second. That is more than a blue belt of blue chips per second out of one assembler. It's just not funny anymore. And another thing, yeah, he was at mining productivity 2200 something with the big mining drills, legendary with legendary modules. He just drove in a train, the train stopped, the miner did bleep, like literally like for like a tenth of a second, bleep, and the wagon was filled with stone, bleep, and it was full, and the train left again. It was like some automatic factory where they just like put some whipped cream on top of a cake, like the cake comes in, weep, and the cake goes further. Cake goes in, weep, cake goes further. But then, with mining a full wagon of ore, it was, I don't know. Yeah, numbers just start become meaningless, and with those kind of settings, it is really weird. I'm not sure if I like it, to be honest. It kind of really loses the. I mean, it's grand in a different way, but it loses like the scale and the sense of, I don't know, I cannot really put it into words exactly, but it is just a little bit too much, you know? Just a little bit too much for my fragile Factorio 1.1 feelings. It was crazy, yeah, crazy. Alright. I didn't get demotivated though to finish up this base. So we're gonna do that today. I think this list is kind of complete. How are we doing here? Okay, this sound is off. At least this is good as well. Alright, let me just think, are there any other big things we still need to do? I don't really think so. Actually, I looked a little bit at the save and I was worrying about how I should fuel the train since I don't have rocket fuel set up here in the base. I was contemplating using this to make rocket fuel and then use this to make nuclear fuel. But no, I'm an idiot. I do have rocket fuel over here. We bring in a lot of rocket fuel. We have a lot of overproduction of rocket fuel actually. And we basically have these requester chests here, which request rocket fuel, and the trains just get refueled on every visit to the main base. We are refueling the trains. So yeah, we don't need to worry about train fueling. That's integrated in this design. Right, so I suppose we are going to do some combat. In the meantime, I can walk out with my personal assistant spiders, which are carrying around some belts for me to use. I have nothing, that is good. So I suppose we are gonna go... So why is this blinking? Let's go over here first. I think we have to just deconstruct these two robots. They don't have a function. We only care about the network in here. It is separated from my actual quote-unquote base, and also separated from the old facility, so those do not interact with each other, which is important. Alright, so then this will stop blinking, right? After I switch off my own spiders. We can go all the way up. Suppose we left off here. Oh, I think we already made it. The next step is to actually switch on all these builds. Yeah, we're gonna wait a little bit on that. But first, we'll do a little bit of combat. So watch the pollution cloud. I don't think this is going to really produce much more pollution than my base originally did. Just for the 10,000 signs per minute. Red and green signs is relatively small. I think red and green and blue signs combined requires about, I think, even less than half of the resources compared to just purple or just yellow signs. So I think this pollution is actually probably going to dissipate now because we are not producing pollution a lot anymore. I suppose. Yeah, basically our base was still working yesterday. And then we switched off all stuff. And now we are barely producing pollution at all. Like, yeah, basically nothing. Look what we produce, like, it's like 400 maybe. And we are absorbing like 100 times more pollution than we are producing now. So the pollution is actually dissipating at the moment. It's probably gonna take a long time though. If we look here, there are still lingering pollution over 2,500 per tile here, where our base was 1900, 2000. I guess the main production facility was over here. Yeah, 2,500. That is going to take a while to spread all the way out. So basically every second 2% of pollution spreads into an adjacent chunk, but 2% of this spreads into here. 2% of this also spreads back into here, so it takes quite a long time for the pollution to reach a value of under 15. After it reaches 15, it no longer spreads, then it just stays in the chunk. So it's gonna take a while for that pollution cloud to dissipate, I suppose. Yeah, but the main issue is we do not need to look at the existing pollution cloud because our production center was over here and over here. Now our production centers are going to be here, and the rest is going to be idle. So there's no chance probably that pollution will spread off this edge of the map because everything's up here. We probably need to mostly clear out a little bit of a circular fashion over there. That is what I'm thinking. And I do want to do that before... Let's send the spiders up meanwhile. Yeah, I do want to get started on that before we switch on the base, because after we switch on the base, we're gonna want to be watching the base a lot and not worry about pollution spreading over the map and biters being generated. What do you think is next after this finale? Probably the grandest finalist. No, I don't think that. We are gonna finish this today. I'm not done streaming this playthrough though after this, but this is going to be the epic finale. We're going to have some post-finales, I suppose, just to watch the base, just to stress test the base. We tested each individual component separately in editor mode, but now it's a matter of checking, does it actually work? And for that we're going to basically, there's two ways to do it. You can do a cold start and watch stuff go up to 10,000 signs per minute. I did it in Warptorio. The other way is to let everything back up first, and then you just start guaranteed with 10,000 signs per minute. And then you just look at if everything stays backed up all the way until the production lines. So basically if I let purple signs back up all the way to the rocket facility, to the assemblers, I should be seeing that purple signs stays backed up all the way to the bells on these assemblers. If that is not the case, I am producing less signs than I am consuming, which is a problem. So even though the graph will still say we are producing enough signs, we can see that the belt buffer will be dwindling, which means there is something wrong with production. But that means we also have time to fix the problem before we actually drop in signs per minute consumption. So yeah, we will have a little bit of time to react if something goes wrong. That is the idea. Yeah, 2.0 definitely has different challenges to deal with. That is true. Not in the last place. So I thought it would be like not feasible in Factorio 2.0 to get all legendary qualities for all kinds of stuff. But turns out that's actually not that hard. Or I don't know if it's not that hard. At least I think Colonel Will had almost everything legendary with legendary modules inside as well. Okay, so how am I going to measure this out? I got my 20 by 20. This is the largest blueprint I have, I suppose. The chunk generator. So let's just go. This is like... Okay, that's a hard production facility. So we want to go like some distances out from here. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. So I like roughly on this line. Let's make a map tag here. This is 2x, somewhere over here. And here let's measure like this. So that's roughly over here. And of course pollution is gonna spread out roughly circular. So we gotta have some 2x value diagonally. So I suppose the diagonal is about 1.4 if math serves me correctly. So 1.4x is over there. Means we need like another 2/3 of a square. So that's roughly over there. I cannot make a map tag out here, but that's like 7 chunks plus 7 diagonal. Alright, so then technically that should be a circle roughly like so. A quarter circle. So we need to go out a little bit further because we want to clear a little bit more terrain. Because like this we are clearing hardly anything. Alright, the backup spiders are coming as well. Those have less legs, but more bots and repair packs to fix up the main spiders. I've got this guy on my 2 hotkey, this guy on my 4 hotkey. So I suppose let's get started. I think we need to look a little bit in here still as well. So let's start with that then. I'll keep one of these support spiders up here because they are a little bit slower. So we're gonna like do a little bit more of this as well, I suppose. Alright, now I not will be doing other stuff in the meantime. I just will be focusing on combat. I've lost enough spiders over the course of this playthrough that I do not want to take my eyes off of the screen. So first of all, let's roughly go up like so. Okay, that already encounters stuff. That's bad. We can actually show that this is not generated yet. As I walk my spiders in, those worms are gonna just pop up all at the same time, and they have a reaction range of further than a chunk. So this worm is already active, even though it's like 2 chunks away from my spiders. So now I will go here and we will see all these worms pop up at the same time, which means they didn't exist just yet before we walked into this chunk over here. Hello! Hello! Okay, there is not too much nest over there. That could have been a better... This nest could have been a little bit larger, just to illustrate my point. Alright. There's more guys here. Flop. Okay, I tried to just walk only in the chunks I need to go in. I guess we need to go in this chunk as well. Alright. While that guy is busy and will be safe, we can also go with this guy a little bit. Yeah, we are doing world peace already. We have been world piecing this map since the beginning, basically. As soon as we got spiders, we basically explored the pollution cloud, and then we explored out further than this distance where we ever walked, just like in the Ultimate Dead World Challenge. The difference being we don't... The nests are not so dense that we need... the nests are not so dense that we need constant... what's it called? That we need laser turrets to clear up the edges. Because there's like enough space between the nests that we don't need to... We can explore chunks which don't contain nests, and those can be the edges of the world, like over here. There is nothing in there. Wait, that was the wrong one. And also the wrong one. Okay, I've kinda lost my bearings. Yeah, but for the rest is the same. Just click lines, get rid of all red squares on the map, basically. You can do it from the map view. Like so. This guy will be safe after he goes there, so I don't need to watch them when they are wiggling about. I need to watch them when they are not wiggling about. Look at all these juicy resource patches which we'll never use. Okay, we missed a nest over here. We cannot get it from this chunk, so we have to go in this chunk. And of course that reveals another nest, so we have to take out those guys as well. Or we'll be swimming in biter expansions pretty soon. With a little bit of luck we can explosion damage that nest. No, we didn't have the little bit of luck. Chunk border is here. Maybe we can just about reach that. Alright, we shot the behemoth biter, but the explosion damage itself is enough to shoot the nest. So we did not need to generate these chunks, which is nice. Looks like here is more water actually, so that's interesting. Where are we in relation to the build? Yeah, we are at the point where we roughly want to go diagonal to this area over here. The spider will be blocked though. I have no idea how big this water is gonna be. We'll check in here, hopefully there's nothing. And we'll check here. And then we'll go here with this spider. And the white spider will have to take out this because this is already generated. That means there's expansion chunks. We can actually do this once more. Just on this border here. So these are now places where the biters can make expansions. They can collect biters from this nest. The rest of this nest does not exist yet. There's only this part which exists. But that's enough. A single nest is enough to make these expansion chunks. And then biters can make expansion parties which generate more expansion chunks, etc, etc. We can see that everywhere here there is nothing of that. So as soon as I take out this nest, these chunks will disappear. We should be able to see that on... No, we cannot see it on the map, but we can see it if I just do this from the map view, I suppose. You can also see that... so normally the expansion chunks go 7 chunks away from the nest, but there is no expansion chunk here because on the very edge of the map the game never generates expansion chunks. So that's another telltale that this is the actual edge of the map over here. You will see as soon as I walk into this chunk, then suddenly there will be 2 expansion chunks popping into existence right here. Sorry, if I walk into this chunk will generate these 2 chunks. And now we have expansion possibilities here as well. But as soon as we take out this nest, this might get darker now. Yeah, because more nests are generated. Okay, it gets lighter again as the nests go away, and as soon as the last nest is eaten or destroyed, no more nests, no more expansion chunks, until we find a new nest somewhere. Interestingly, here we see there is a worm there. And here as well. Worms do not count for expansion chunks. It's only when we generate the actual nest, which probably will happen once I walk in here. Yeah, and now we have expansion chunks here, because suddenly this nest exists now. Which previously didn't exist, so now we need to clear out these guys as well. It's actually a little bit bigger. You can still see no expansion chunks here, because this is the edge of the map. This does not exist. As soon as we walk into a chunk, and as we walk in here, suddenly there will be expansion chunks here. But again, not on the edge of the map, so... This is basically how we've been making sure biters do not exist. This is how to keep biters in their quantum state. Only very briefly popping them out of there when we measure that the biters are actually there. And then we basically make sure their quantum state flips into the off position again, very briefly after we make them exist. Okay, this looks to be just a small pool really. But okay, there we got again expansion chunks. They briefly switched off until we discovered this nest, which was quite funny. Okay, now they'll probably go again unless there's another nest here. Oh, alright, that's all basically we need to see. Let's flick off that option again. I built an entire biolab upcycle last night, only discovered that it recycles to itself. Yeah, that is a good thing to check in Factorio 2.0 if you want to build, if you want to recycle something. You first gotta check what it recycles into, Because some things surprisingly recycle into themselves, while other things surprisingly don't recycle into themselves. So it's always good to check with a single item, even if just in editor mode, in an alternate reality of the game. Right, so I guess, yeah, we want to go here and then roughly diagonal to there. And that should be enough exploration on the bottom side. Yeah, I will not look away from combat this time. I am determined to keep at least these spiders alive. Or I will have to make up even more unfitting names for these spiders. It shows recycle recipes in the newer versions in Factoriopedia. Oh, that's good to know. I didn't update Space Age yet because I'm still in the process of making the video about the new player experience and the Shattered Planet flight. And I did that with the old railgun mechanics, and the railguns have been supposedly improved by a lot in like a recent update. Which means the balance on my spaceship is going to be way different, so I have held off on updating the game a bit. Until that video, and until I'm sure all of the recording and re-recording for that video is done. Because yeah, it's kind of hard to go back to a version. Oh, it's QV Boy. For those of you who are interested in a very I guess very grindy, very long-winded playthrough of Factorio Space Age, QV Boy is doing a times 1000 science cost. So every technology is 10,000 times as expensive. This technology would cost 1 billion research in his playthrough. On Factorio Space Age, and he's doing it on pure default settings, which I can very much appreciate. I don't really like those challenges which are supposed to be very challenging, but then you just tune other map settings which actually make it easier than, which basically nullify the challenge. Kufuboy is not doing that. He's doing pure default settings with default evolution speed, which basically means the game runs at 1000 times speed in terms of byte expansions, byte evolutions. But the actual game progress is made way slower. So that's quite an interesting playthrough. He's got some YouTube series. He did edits of his streams, so great watches. I would very much recommend those. I think we are done in this section of the map now. We can go up here. So yeah, we basically want a little bit explore this circular area here, so we don't need to pay attention to the pollution cloud after we switch on all this super polluting machinery here. We got the miners. These miners with Mark III speed modules generate 30 pollution a pop, and we've got a lot of those. But it's not even the worst, because actually these beacon things also generate lots of pollution. These also generate 30 pollution a minute, for instance. So yeah, the current pollution cloud is not relevant, because this is everything that produced this pollution cloud is currently inactive. QB Boy, how do you spell its name? QV. Looks like boy, I think with a Y at the end. Alright, so Are we just going to explore more diagonals, or are we actually going to explore like a semicircle? I think we... Like, it's hard to put a semicircle of spider lines on the map, really. Okay, so this guy is busy doing stuff over here. If we send him to a safe location, we can control the other one. I think we're gonna just probably go roughly diagonal. Just gonna explore in 2 diagonals from this point on, I suppose. Alright, maybe we should get our spiders fixed as well. We'll send this guy to the other end, so I don't know where exactly we'll end up. Let's send them out to roughly the midpoint. How are the spiders looking? This guy's already down to 2k health. So yeah, we will repair those. Alright. We got the blue spider on hotkey 2 up here. So 2 is up and 4 is down. 2, 4. I play with efficiency modules also. I really like efficiency modules. And the problem is, if you go megabase, it's basically you need like triple the. You need like 3 times the raw resources if you don't use productivity modules in here. And if you don't use speed modules in the miners, you're gonna need way more ore patches everywhere around, which is just a lot more awkward to connect, I suppose. So yeah, at some point I had to switch. I think I actually did the 1k signs per minute base. I know it already has speed modules, right? No, we have some patches with efficiency modules minor still at the 1k signs per minute base. I think not all of them. Maybe all of them. Maybe all of them. So yeah, we did do the 1000 signs per minute base with efficiency modules only. So that's definitely viable, but for 10,000 signs per minute the scale just goes off the charts. Alright. We need to go up a bit. Oh, don't walk in there just yet. Alright, now we try to multitask and not lose our spiders. Which means I have to stay in the map view while doing this and keep both spiders on the screen, preferably. So if they walk into a large nest, I can react, because if they walk straight into a large nest without doing these zigzaggy things, the spiders just get obliterated. I bet in Factorio 2.0 you can just walk straight through, because you can put like... I think the spider's maximum speed is like over 3 times as fast as we currently have it. And these spiders are not maximum fast either, so... See if we can take out this worm without going in the chunk. Yeah, we did. Alright. Okay, there's more water there. That is interesting. I always like to know where the water borders are. Okay, health bar was still green. Okay, let's go next to the water a little bit more then. Okay, this water curls back, it seems. Maybe not. Okay, we'll explore this water border. I like to know where the water is. Pollution spreads quite fast over water, so it's kind of useful to figure that out a little. Alright, I think that's enough. There starts to be land on the other side. So we'll just head out this way. There's biters down there, so we have to take out those. Looks like it's a double nest. We gotta take these out before they send an expansion party behind my back. We get expansions every 4 minutes now. Maybe 4 minutes and 2 seconds. We are basically on max evolution, as max as it gets. Okay, health bars are still green, that is good. Okay, I suppose if we are finding these chunks anyway, we may as well take a look there at the water as well. Okay, so new plan, we just go to the water border, find out what's there. Biter clearing was... No, it's not done. I don't know, it may never be done. No, it will be done at some point. The problem is, if you look at the... I need to be sure I have not generated biters if I do this. So if you look at pollution, let's say over the last 50 hours, you can see the pollution absorbed by damaging trees is quite high. And it goes down over time. So it's the green line. You start to pollute. Trees eat up a lot of pollution. They have a status where trees basically they take up 10 pollution every time they get damaged, and they can get damaged a random amount, somewhere between 4 and 13 times. So after a tree gets damaged that amount of times, it has absorbed 40 to 130 pollution, and it becomes less and less effective in absorbing pollution over time. So that means the trees which initially absorb a lot of pollution, you can see as soon as they start getting damaged a lot, it goes up a lot slower. And this effect is going to disappear eventually. Eventually no more trees will be damaged by pollution, and all of the pollution will have to be absorbed by trees and tiles. And these two together, that basically just means the size of your pollution cloud. The higher that graph is, the bigger the size of your pollution cloud, especially for the tiles part. So if we... Basically the biter nests are just on the islands. But basically we start out with a smaller pollution cloud than we get in the end, because the pollution absorbed by damaging trees is a quite significant factor in the overall pollution absorption spectrum. And this basically deletes 10 pollution per damage action out of the air in general, and in doing so diminishes the effectiveness of pollution absorption of the trees. So that basically means the percentage of pollution which is absorbed by tiles, which is basically exactly the size of your pollution cloud, that is basically the tiles, that is just going to grow over time, while trees and pollution absorbed by damaging trees will diminish over time with a stable factory. This is now not a stable example, I suppose, but over the last 250 hours, I suppose it's sort of semi-stable-ish. So yeah, that means even if the pollution cloud seems stable at a certain production level, which we're going to have with 10,000 science per minute base, we're going to have constant production, constant pollution production. The pollution cloud is still not going to be stable until the damaging of the trees is basically almost all the way finished. And only then we will have a balanced state where the terrain and the trees, the remaining trees, are absorbing as much pollution as the entire factory is producing. At that point the pollution cloud will stop growing, but that will take a couple tens of hours, I suppose. So yeah. That basically means what I'm trying to say is pollution is going to spread far. That is the TL didn't listen. TLDL. I think we should not go too far out on this side. Stop. Go back. Okay, this line then. And meanwhile, looks like this is just a small-ish pool as well. Maybe it goes up here again. Okay, there's biters. There is no biters yet. So I can spend some time clicking here without absolutely destroying the blue spider by not looking. Can we go over here? Yeah. That's so funny. I really like how they did the Spidertrons in the game. Yeah, this probably should have been a diagonal as well. I cannot zoom out. These lines should stay visible a lot longer, I feel. Because I cannot really see it in relation to my base at the moment. Alright, I think that's enough water border exploring. Now I'm getting my spiders far apart, so that's not great because it makes it a lot more difficult to keep an eye on all of them. Especially the blue spider is very likely to run into some sort of trouble on this diagonal pathway there. It's very likely they will both run into a nest at the same time. That is what usually seems to happen. Okay, it is running alongside some nest. That means I likely need to do something about it. Let's just let them finish first. We can just send this guy next to the edges here. That is fairly safe. We missed a chunk over there. Meet up with white spider over there. It is good enough. Now we go there and take out that nest. I just go in like this in case I forget to look. Okay, then we have our plan. We basically will go like sort of diagonal like so. Okay, I already forgot to look. This is not the best zigzag pattern I ever drew, but I suppose it'll get the job done. I don't think we'll find more biters there. I am actually, maybe we will, but I think that's going to be okay. Let's fix up the white spider. Does it need to be fixed up? Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. It's like halfway down in hit points. How's the blue guy doing? Blue guy is fine. Yeah, we can hold off on that. Yeah, spiders cause new biters to spawn by... They basically have a same exploration area like the player. You can see a 5x5 5x5 chunks around the spider. So you can see they generate these chunks as they walk by. As I can actually... Let's do that right now. Okay, so now I'm in editor mode. Stop time. So this copper patch, you can literally see this chunk has not been generated yet. A forest stops abruptly here. This copper patch barely exists at the moment. So the base terrain is there, but the actual terrain, entities on the terrain have not been generated just yet. So no trees, no copper ore, nothing. This terrain does not exist yet. It is not in the game yet. Only when we walk the spider over there, it actually gets generated. So here it comes. Great cinematics. Again. Okay, there is the copper patch, there are the trees, and there would be the biters if those existed. So now the chunks exist. We can also see that here on the edge, nothing exists over here. But let's say just a spider walks in here, and all of this suddenly gets generated. It's just generated on the fly, including those biters. So I might actually generate a lot more biters if I now... This is probably like the precursor of a big nest. So if I put a spider right here, suddenly everything will be biters right here. Flop! So yeah, that just suddenly just popped into existence. The same for here. Flop! Alright, so that's basically how that... a little bit of visualization in that regard. Oh, hey, C-Rex, get up and stretch. Oh, yeah, I should do that, shouldn't I? And pour myself another cup. I should not do too much saving and loading. I have a feeling that it every time takes relatively longer to save and load. Right, now I already know there is nothing there. This is too small anyway for a nest to spawn. The nests are quite big because I did the map settings wrong, basically. Okay, so... yeah, we're just gonna walk then to... I can maybe do this a little bit more often. To have a little bit of a less chance that the spider dies, but it also takes more time, so I'm not really sure I want to do that. So I want to go here, and then I just go out this way. That is the plan. Roughly, yeah, this base has like a sort of a diagonal line in pollution output. Maybe more like so, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, there's... I'm great at combat, man. At paying attention. Okay, gotta wait for the red spiders to catch up. Okay, white spider finds even more biter bases there. Oh, right, get up and stretch and stuff. It's kind of hard to get up and stretch during combat. Especially because we are likely to run into way too many biters. Okay, we already find something here. Alright, I can get up and stretch after I spam click these nests a little. Alright, let's see how that goes. Hopefully they can survive without my intervention. Yellow hit points, green, okay. This guy's almost done though, so he will probably survive. Let's get up and stretch. Yeah, the engineer generates chunks past is visual. So that's like up to a radius of 20 chunks away, terrain slowly generates around the engineer, no matter where you are. That is how you normally get biters in the void of the map, because it takes a long time before you can do anything on the edges of the map without the engineer being present. And so usually there's always biters in the black chunks of the map, expanding back into your territory even though you visually clear all biters off of the map. That is a nest. We need to take out these guys as well. Okay, that is not as in the location I thought it would be. That's another horrible click, and this spider is already low in health. So probably we want to visit the black spider over there afterwards. Ideally, I just want to start here and just go diagonal and click there. And just see how far the spider makes it before he runs into trouble. We need to take a look at this guy. Okay, not in the red just yet. He's still in the yellow. Yeah, at this point I got a blueprint for that. So basically the center chunk here is where the engineer should be. So if the engineer was here, everything in the red is going to be generated slowly in the background. It happens at approximately 1 chunk per second. So it's not like instant generation like these spiders are doing by revealing the chunks. Okay, this guy should be fixed up. Yeah, he's ready. Okay, there's more to this nest. My zigzags are not very ziggy and zaggy, that is not very good. They're basically almost straight lines, so we get hit a lot. Alright, so the water bends up here, so that's why I want to go take a look over here. Okay, it does not actually bend up, it's just like a random squiggle. It's very hard to get a perfect straight line without any biters being in the way, so I should stop doing this. I should just accept there will be outcrops. Okay, the water goes around here, so let's just pretend the water bends back and I won't explore that any further. Okay, now we just basically go like full 45 degrees in adjacent pathways. And the white spider already runs into trouble immediately. And the blue spider is very far ahead of its red companions, which is also not great. Okay, that's actually the midpoint, so we don't need to go all the way up there. I think we're going all the way up there. Okay, there's another... That's a nest discovery, which unfortunately we have to do. Because there's nests, we get expansions in the base, etc, etc. This guy is going slow. He's already half dead. That is not great. My ziggy zaggies should be a little bit more ziggy and zaggy. And perhaps I should just ziggy zag around the edge of the nest a bit more instead of going straight in. Somehow I'm not very good at this quick zigging. Okay, we'll send the black spider in for repairs, because looks like we cannot survive. Yeah, I lost a lot of rockets yesterday. Basically, the spiders were almost full of rockets. This is a worm. I still want to kill also all the worms now. It's not necessary, but that is just... Alright, that does it. So we'll go back here. How is the damage? Damage is green. So just zip back up. So basically kind of making the outline, and later we'll have to backfill all of that. I caught that just in time. Oh, I don't like this. The white spider is finding way too many bad combat situations for himself. Alright. Okay, he's not in the red yet. This is a weird shaped nest. Okay, now we're in the red, but at least there are still red squares in there. It's not completely empty just yet. Alright, it's definitely time for a fix though. Let's meet up. And just spend like a couple iron gears and a couple green circuits in repair packs on fixing up an entire Spidertron, which has almost completely been obliterated. It's that easy. It's already fixed. Okay, that's fast. We might miss some chunks in the middle, but the black spider can just go through the middle. If you make a black spider, it's not a great color for these kind of missions. I'll tell you why in just a second. Basically, when you click this line, okay, I'll tell you in another second apparently. When you click a white line through the void, you can see where the spider is supposed to go. But when you click a black line through the void, you don't see the part of the spider. The color of the line is corresponding to the color of the spider. So, yeah. Black is not the best color for exploring the black void. I also don't want to be walking in, yeah, that already happens, with the black spider first. Alright, that is a good distance, I think, at least for a start. Alright. That almost cost us another off-white recluse. Okay, let's just bring in the blue guy as well. Too many biters to deal with in one go. Stop. Even more. The good thing is there is no chunks here, so the only expansion possibility is towards me, or in this area where we'll go anyway again. So it is very unlikely that some enemy expansions will manage to sneak behind my back. It did happen before though. It did happen before. This is Factoria 1.1 still, so vanilla Factoria 1.1. We're just doing a little bit of biter clearing to start things off, because we're pretty close to switching on these giant factories, which have been waiting to be switched on for a long time. But that's going to create a ton of pollution, so we gotta make sure we can handle that. And we can handle that if we keep the pollution on the map, because if we keep the pollution on the map, we know that there are no biters in the pollution cloud. Okay, these can use a fix as well. The white spider is again ready for a fix. It's down into the yellow. Okay, that does kind of look like the end of it though. Okay, we are above the 2x line. So I probably just will go until this line. We can fix up these guys. And hopefully, yeah. Oh, God, did you jump? I wasn't time. Barely. Okay, there's water there as well. That's interesting. Maybe it's connected somehow. Or part of the same general topography. I do remember when I did the the map in editor mode when we designed blue chips and we actually switched it on. I suddenly got attacked by biters while in editor mode because the pollution was the pollution of the blue chips was spreading over the edge of the map, which was over here at the time or so, and and that generated biter bases which started attacking me. So it is very important that this is cleared before we switch on the factory, because once we switch on the factory, we will want to be watching the factory for a bit. I mean, we spent 200 hours designing and building this thing, so after we switch it on, we're gonna enjoy that it is switched on. We're gonna watch it, and we're not gonna be clearing biters immediately after. Alright, so that is a good northern line, I suppose. I don't think we really need to explore much beyond that at the moment. Let's just pop up here just to see what's there. Okay, there's another corner. No, it's not. It just goes further. Alright, it goes up, so we go down. That is the end of it. And we'll just diagonal this a little bit, and that will be the edge of our map for the foreseeable future. I hope this does not generate the last two. Okay, that's enough. Let's go there for the fix, and then we'll just go back to the other support spider, which has been patiently waiting. Then we just gotta backfill this area, which is not too much work. I think this is a lot of water though. Here's a little bit of forest, but not that much. Okay, big spider party all together. Looks like everybody is fixed up, so let's just continue. We'll follow the water border with this guy, and the white spider just goes in a straight line. Okay, white spider ready to walk himself into trouble. Blue spider. Okay, that's a tiny nest that won't be able to destroy a spider by itself. At least not in a short amount of time. But I guess we're in the firing range of a behemoth worm now. Look, actually there's a biter island. I might want to keep those. Okay, it's not a biter island. Let's step in over the water. It's probably too far. Yeah, it's too far. But close by enough to take out the majority of the nest. Clicky, clicky, clicky. So yeah, this is why people usually don't play with biters on mega bases, because getting rid of them is quite a grindy process. I think we have been doing over the course of the playthrough. I mean, maybe it's not so much in the grand total of things, but I think we have been doing like at least 20 hours of biter clearing in total. Which is a lot of shift clicking on the map like this. Yeah, I think we are ready for a fix as well with the white spider, whereas the black spider is still up there. And that one is actually still okay. Okay, they're both still okay. Okay, there's a gap in the water. UPS, yeah, too. We are gonna get rid of that problem though, because we won't have existing biters. Actually, it's not true. We have a couple biter islands which exist. These biters did not need to be generated, but here they are anyway. Oh, there is more biters as well. Spring into action immediately. Because these can expand in all directions, and that is going to be very hard to find. This is all generated already. So yeah, we have a couple biters on biter islands, like over here, and they're actually absorbing pollution. So that is good, but I don't know if it's worth to keep them, because indeed they will be using some UPS, making attack groups, and doing some pattern calculations. Find out they're on an island again and again and again, and then just not attack. In the grand scheme of things, they are not this bad. In the grand scheme of things, those are not really absorbing that much pollution. Looks like we are gonna go beyond a little further. Alright. I think we're roughly on the edge. Yeah, we are on the edge. Alright, that's good. Good enough. We'll just walk here to connect. And then all we need to do is like backfill this a little. Ah, wrong one. Right, that lake is fully discovered. Maybe it's smart to do a rocket count, just to check how many rockets the spiders still have. Yeah, I feel pretty good about switching on the base after this though. Yeah, that's gonna take a while to reach the edge. I feel like we explored a little bit further in the left direction than in the up direction. So maybe we'll do another sweep, or like a two spider sweep on the northern edge here. But in general, it's looking pretty good. Alright, backfilling the land is a little bit easier because we don't really need to worry about generating extra chunks, because we need to generate all these chunks anyway. Oh, reading chat while walking into 2 nests at the same time, of course. What else is new? Nothing is new. Everything is exactly as it should be. I'll read chat again once I spam click my way through these 2 nests. Alright. Artillery, yeah, artillery. Artillery is kinda great for like defending, like keeping. Once you set up a perimeter, artillery is great for keeping expansions away from your walls. For that is really good. It's also good to, if you want to if you play like a high biter setting and you want to claim a new resource field, just send a big train that will clear all around it, set up defenses there, etc, etc. It's not really as good for this type of map though, because the range of artillery is puny in terms of the size of this map, so you would need it would be way more effort. I mean, artillery fires automatic, I get that, but it would be way more effort to actually set up artillery in all the locations it needs to be set up, even if on a train, and then defend that location, bring in all the stuff, and then go to the next location, etc, etc. Doing it with spiders is just easier, faster, and also more modular. Also way easier to keep biter expansions under control, because with artillery, if you have a moving artillery outpost, you are not going to keep like unless you keep artillery in place everywhere, which kind of makes it even more work. You are not going to automatically shoot all the expansions which pop up, so if you just miss a single expansion, that can be very disastrous. So artillery did work very well in the Ultimate Death World challenge, where there was a non-stop mass of biters, but because here the biters are more sporadically present, artillery doesn't really do that much around itself. We can actually see the artillery turret range. Am I not walking somewhere? I think I'm fine. I have artillery trains in my base. No, my base is gone. My base is gone. I do have an artillery turret somewhere, likely. How do I have artillery turrets in my... Oh, I can just place one then. Alright, so here's an artillery turret. Let's switch on the turret coverage. This is the turret coverage of an artillery turret. And no, it's not that I don't have the upgrades. I spent a lot of... I spent 64,000 on 6 levels of artillery shell range. And this is what I got for it. That's the automatic range. So if you just compare that to the amount of land we have around, just imagine how many of these circles would fit in this land over here. That is like easy, I think, close to 1,000 stations where you would need to outpost with artillery turrets just to clear all the land here. That is the size which we are talking about. And 6 levels is not cheap. That's over 100,000 signs invested in artillery range upgrades. Of course, when you have a remote, it grows, but then you're manually clicking again, and what are we doing now? We are manually clicking, so that really doesn't help too much. Health is good. Health is not great. Alright, after this area is backfilled, I'll take a tiny break. And then we'll actually do the rest of the stream, base building and switching it on. Biters, I was about to pour myself a cup of coffee while helplessly watching the white spider march into a nest. Because I cannot react quickly if I have two hands full of a thermos and a coffee cup. I'm not ready to throw hot coffee over my laptop just to avoid the biters from killing one of my spiders. Just his ask, and then with what hand I have a cup full of coffee and a cup with a thermos, and if I try to hold my finger in such a way that I can press a key, I'm probably pouring from the thermos. Lekker. I'm not pausing. It takes a lot. Can I speed up the game actually? I can. Maybe we should just go on a little bit faster speed mode just to get through this phase. Just a little bit more excitement. Maybe not 2 times. We can go like route 2 speed. The best speed in the game. This is not an attack spider, this is an attack spider. This is gonna cost me at least a spider, just going with a faster speed. Yeah, like I said yesterday, if you think speeding up the game is cheating, I think the opposite. The game gets harder when you play it on a faster speed, not easier. I mean, if you are only speeding up yourself, like your running speed, that is arguably pretty cheaty, but just speeding up the entire game, including the biters, including the evolution factor, that is just harder than playing the game on 1-time speed. And it just saves everybody a bunch of time. And hey, we may as well enjoy it. This will be the last time we can actually speed up the game after this. There's another like body of water in here somehow. After this, we won't be able to run the game at 1-time speed even. When the actual base switch is on, it's going to be less than 60 UPS for the rest of the time. Yeah, the 10,000 bytes per minute is just like we are trying to reach 10,000 signs per minute, but the biters are trying to reach 10,000 biters a minute. That was kind of the joke idea behind the title of the stream. Because I just wanted to highlight that biters are on, because that is one of the defining different factors of this megabase. You usually don't see megabases in combination with settings which include biters. For obvious reasons. There are many reasons why you don't want biters if you're going for megabase. We could actually explore this by radar. Maybe we should. I think I just delete. No, let's not bother. Let's bother. We'll bother. Does this guy have... Yeah, that's small power poles, not substations. We'll do a couple of these. Radar. Power line. Just temporary. That is enough to cover this entire lake. Oh, there's a biter base over there. It's not given time to expand. Worst zigzag of all time. What is this? This is a straight line. This is not a zigzag. What the... Anyway. This is this guy. He has radars on board. Okay. So that can scan that area for a bit. If I just really want to speed it up, let's just go massive here. That will probably scan this area in a matter of minutes. So we can keep the spider there while all of this gets scanned. Okay, health is good, let's just continue. Oh yeah, this gets uncovered real quick. I gotta make a new version for this blueprints, man. Especially with the varying scan ranges of the radars. It's like 14, 15, up to 19 chunks or so, I believe. In Factorio Space Age, depending on quality. Alright, we uncovered the entire lake. Let's just explore around the edges a bit. To stay safe, we can again delete all of this. That was definitely worth it to not have the gap in the middle. And it's gone. Okay, almost done, finally. Then we can get started with building. One final nest. Let's do it on normal speed. We'll do a simultaneous attack with both spiders. I'm sorry about the sound. The sound is a little bit weird from the map view. Let's enjoy the final battle. Cannot even follow what's going on. Game over. Nice. Obsolete Alien made a big mistake. He started a Pyanodon run a couple of days ago. Well, I'm surprised you're even here then. Yeah, see you in a year or two. Do you read chat? No. This is a pre-recorded stream. I don't interact with chat at all. This is just my predictive AI voice which randomly says these kind of things occasionally, so you think I'm interacting, but it really is just random luck. Right. I think we'll send this guy here. We'll also uncover this. If we place a raider in this chunk over here, we will explore the lake, but not beyond in the red area. So this is over here. I do a bad job of reading chat though. Yeah, I'm not great at it. I tend to get like caught up sometimes in the moment too much, and then I miss a lot of chat. Right, so the other two can visit the Black Spider for a final repair, probably much needed. Yeah, we are down to half health and half health. And this guy can place some more raiders here to uncover this. Then we have no gaps in the map at least. We do have this over here. We could actually send the Black Spider up there to place a raider as well. That guy can do it too. First we'll fix those spiders though. I tried to make a scene and it scenic and they all hide behind this tree. Very nice. Stand so close together. Should give each other some personal space. Alright. Then the only job left to do is this guy goes over. Where does he need to go? Over there. Well, that's pretty far. That's okay though. We want to. I guess we can. Be pretty sure that until here it's all gonna be water. Definitely until here. There may be land over here, so perhaps I should not take my chances. Let's go to this chunk. And we'll place some raiders there as well. We no longer need these stacks. I swear there was one more somewhere. And I think it's time. Should I send the battle guys back home? Maybe to restock on rockets. But let's see what we have. 8,000 rockets, 10,000 and 10,000. This is the guy that survived, so he already has spent more probably. 8.8, 11 and 11. I think we'll just bring these guys home for restocking on rockets. Let's see, we gotta go over here. And basically, this is not our base, this is the 10,000 signs per minute for red, green and blue signs. Our base is here. Base. I keep calling it a base, but it's definitely not a base. And then we can restock on rockets once we're back here. You can just wait right outside. It's always a nice moment when the logistics bots swarm over the spiders. How many rockets do we still have now? Probably less already. I have no idea which network now is mine. This one. Okay, 130k rockets still in the chests. And like... how many? 130k, we have about 60k in the spider, so less than 200k rockets remaining. But I think it's gonna be good enough for what we need to do. Okay, we gotta stay in this chunk. Check once more. Yeah, okay, that will scan that. Black Spider still has a ways to go. That is... how many raiders? 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is not exactly not enough raiders to scan everything in one go. Yeah, we'll be left with 3 chunks. That's unfortunate. Alright, that means... only 3 raiders need to scan a second chunk. Min-maxing when you don't need to, that's what we're doing. Alright. I think it's time for a save then. Maybe not quite yet. We'll finish scanning this and we'll set up this as well. Roughly how many chunks do we want to scan here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 15, 21, 22, 25. Uh, 40, 48, 52. So if we do 18 raiders, it's like 3 scans, something like that. Alright, this guy can come back home as well. Oh, I still do have a train with artillery wagon. Look at this. This train has an artillery wagon on board. That is the size. That is what an artillery train would look like in terms of area to take out. I mean, it's quite large if you compare it to what a base looks like, but it's not really that large in this at the scale of this map. Leave Johnny. Actually, I don't have a Johnny, do I? I don't have a Johnny this playthrough. What am I doing? I have no Johnny, I have no tree. This is truly... how is that called? Paganism. It's not paganism, is it? It's something else. Before I say something wrong. Like the infidels, like the unbelievers. This is not a playthrough with all the religious symbols which we have come to love over time. Alright, 18 raiders. For 12, 16, 18. And that's 3 scans, and that should be all. Heretics, heathens, yeah, heathens. This is a very heathen playthrough. Let's discover this Biter Island. They should actually just get... I don't know, we won't... yeah, we will see that. We will just see them pop into existence. I don't know which chunks get discovered first, though. Looks like it's not these. Maybe it's these. Yeah, there I go. It looks like this is going to be on the second orbit, unfortunately. See how the biters are just spawning. Let's see it happen again. This terrain does not exist yet. It's actually... let's save. Map revealed. See how this does not exist yet. This is a biter base, right? Okay, now it just got generated and this just got populated. Except all the nests which were supposed to go here could not get placed because biters were in the way. Already, that was quite funny. So the land is there, the biters can walk on it, but the nests were not yet there. Alright, that's the last of editor mode which we'll do. Are you bothering yourself with getting all achievements in Factorio? In Space Age I haven't bothered yet. I did a run with all achievements, except for No Spoon on the playthrough where we started with 100% biter evolution. So we did get like Lazy Bastard and getting on track like a pro. And we did get No Time for Chit Chat, the 15-hour achievement. But not the 8-hour one. I did do the 8-hour. I have a guide on No Spoon, which is now outdated, I suppose. But yeah, they cannot get generated here under the biters. But the biters are just spawning from the nest still, which means the nest really just got generated. They were not idle yet. Okay, let's watch the fish pop into... Let's just watch a black screen. Unfortunately, I cannot switch off the ghee yet in Factorio 1.1. Yeah, I'm planning to make this into a... Not into a series, but I will do like a summary video for this playthrough. It kinda is not really a point in making a full series about this playthrough in 1.1 anymore, now that Factorio 2.0 is out. Yeah, we just wanted to watch the fish spawn in, right? The fish which still have rectangular hitboxes, it's way harder to fish in Factorio 1.1 than in Factorio 2.0, where the fish have nice square hitboxes. You spoiled brats. True hardcoreists play Factorio 1.1. That is not true, that's just a joke. I will be moving on from Factorio 1.1 after this playthrough as well. It is just that it is way too hard to adjust this map to Factorio 2.0. Especially because everything has been calculated precisely, and things like blue chips. We would need more blue chips because now we save blue chips on rocket launchers because we need rocket control units instead of blue chips. And the rocket control units, they've got of course an extra step of productivity baked in. So while overall they're more expensive because they require speed modules, we basically do not need speed modules, but we do need more blue chips. And those kind of things, the new fluid mechanics with pumps only being able to transport 1200 fluid, the arbitrary distance limits which will break pipes everywhere, it's all of that just led me to, yeah, we're gonna finish this in Factorio 1.1. Alright. I suppose let's reload the spiders with the logistics bots. Nice. I like my pretty bot shots. Yeah. I mean, in general, it's not so bad to adjust Factorio 1.1 bases to 2.0. It's very, very doable for normal-sized bases. But this is just the scale of this is too ridiculous to adjust. To adjust easily, I suppose I should say. Okay, so let's just have these spiders wait outside. I suppose we'll give them a nice place eventually. Now that you can just stand over here a little. Artillery gang. So all the remotes have gotten mixed up a little bit. Alright, some sort of a circle. Okay, that concludes part 1 of the playthrough. Part 1 where we basically have a ton more land available than we did before. We didn't even know that this lake existed. We had like a border somewhere over here. So we have about twice as much area for the pollution to spread into. But that actually means we have 4 times as much area for the pollution to spread into, because we discovered a double radius. And of course the pollution covers an area, so that's like a factor of 2. And then of course you have the inertial mass of the pollution cloud, so to speak. It takes a lot of time for the pollution to actually spread significantly outwards due to those mechanics. Look at these biters, they're just absorbing everything here. I'm not sure if I should destroy those. I guess we can check out the debugs window about the time usage and the entity time usage and whatnot. So probably we have a lot of waiting right now. I forgot where it's actually. Okay, so at the moment we're doing 2 milliseconds in terms of entities because nothing is on. Game update takes 6 milliseconds. Entity update, yeah, 4 milliseconds. Heat manager, that is just the 500 nuclear reactors which are still on, 0.04. Should have checked that actually when the nuclear reactor was still up. Maybe I can just load that safe right now. Transport lines. Okay, the transport lines are not doing much, but I've got literally 500,000 belts placed in my world. 500,000 individual pieces of belt, something like that. 0.3 milliseconds. Of course, they're idle, but still. Circuit network takes actually a full millisecond, because it's no matter if the base is idle or not. The circuit network, the clocks are running, etc, etc. But overall, the circuit network overhead should be less. It should save more ticks than it costs to run the circuit network in terms of updating the inserters if we did our experiments correctly. So at the moment, yeah, we can still go pretty fast, I suppose, if we don't zoom in too much. What's the... Yeah, about twice game speed we can run at the moment. Alright then. Save. Resave. I know, I did the new player experience. I did the new player experience with the same starter base as I used here, the self-balancing starter base, just to see how it would work, and it worked actually pretty great. All is the same except for I mean, the scale of the base is small enough that fluid mechanics don't matter. You don't have 320 unit long pipes going around just yet. The only thing which was different was the rocket control units for the rocket. Those could just be taken out and you just put speed modules in the rocket silo instead. And what else was different? There was another small difference. There also was a small difference, I forgot exactly what it was. And then you just need to add stuff, right? The space age stuff you need to add. But it was very, very doable to go from 1.1 base to 2.0. I want to load the safe where the nuclear reactor is still up. Yeah, science per minute in 2.0, the scale is flexible really, because you have the infinite research, which basically ups your science per minute by completing a technology, which doesn't change your base at all. So the same base has a different research output dependent on how many of those levels you have completed meanwhile. That means I could start this base as 10,000 science per minute, and by doing nothing at all, I could easily have like 50,000 science per minute after researching 50 levels of infinite research productivity. So it's a little bit weird. Alright, so here we have the entire nuclear reactor built. This is the largest nuclear reactor I ever built in a game. It has 524 reactors. And it does not skimp on heat pipes. This is not designed to be UPS efficient, because the plan all along was to run on solar at the end. So this was just designed to look cool. Yeah, 83 gigawatts of nuclear power. More output actually than this. This can sustainably output 74, 75 gigawatts, somewhere in that ballpark, including the night bridge. So while the peak lays at 106 gigawatts or so, apparently. The actual production is more like 74, because you have to have the extra power to recharge the accumulators after the night. So let's actually check then. Heat manager. Alright. That is not insignificant, I suppose. It's 2.5 milliseconds of heat manager updates. I suppose that is coming all from this one. I did deconstruct the starter one already. Yeah, that one is gone. Okay, so about 2.5 milliseconds to update the power plant. That is more than I expected actually. So maybe I have to take back some of my words that nuclear power was not as much of an effect on the UPS compared to entity updates. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see how much milliseconds the base actually will use once everything is switched on. And then we have to put those 2.5 milliseconds in relation to that. And that is going to be what we are gonna save. So if the base is taking, let's say the base will take 22.5 milliseconds of update, or 25 milliseconds of update, then nuclear power would just run 10% less UPS than solar. 10% is noticeable, but it's not like super crazy, right? Alright, good to know. But then again, there is also the question of how much UPS... I mean, maps being present, like map being generated, probably doesn't have much of an effect on UPS, if at all. But definitely the 10,000 roboports and 2,000 radars in the solar field do have an effect on UPS. We can deconstruct the radars, but I'm not going to get all the robots out of there. That is going to be way too much work in that giant field. That's just a part of having a solar grid, in my opinion. So I guess we can check out the millisecond count of the roboport network, since almost all of the roboports are in the solar field. now. That's not true actually, we do have like a couple here, but most of them are in here. There's like 11,000 roboports or so. So we should check the network, I suppose. How is roboports mentioned in here? I guess it's just entity update. So we need the other one. Class roboport looks like roughly a millisecond. 12,000 roboports on the map, so we got 1 millisecond for the roboport network. And actually less for the raiders. 3,000 raiders. Okay, let's get rid of this roboport network. Maybe. It will work. Right? Uh-oh. Ah, wait, yeah. There's a lot of roboport network recalculation going on now. That was maybe a bad idea. Yeah, Factorio is definitely a good reminder of how fast today's computers really are. And also how well optimized you can program software, right? If you just compare how Factorio runs to how most other stuff runs. There is like orders of magnitudes of difference in how much CPU time a game would use if it was optimally programmed like Factorio, or if it's just like thrown together random bits of code. Yeah, I think I kind of broke something here. Oh, there we go. Didn't crash. That's what I mean. It takes a lot of time. Windows was already like, oh, Factorio is not responding, you should close it. No. If it doesn't crash, it's still thinking. It doesn't really get stuck in infinite loops a lot. Alright, now what I wanted to see is roboport network. Yeah, still 1 millisecond. So the idle roboport network in here uses roughly 1 millisecond. The active nuclear reactors used about 2.5 milliseconds. Plus a little bit for the fluid, but the heat manager is way worse than the fluid manager. I cannot really isolate the fluid manager as well, but I suppose it's about 3 milliseconds maybe in total. Where this is like 1 millisecond. If we get rid of the radars, that is. That is my final estimation. So let's reload the actual map and maybe start playing something. How about that? Maybe start building some stuff. Can you please tell what configuration you have? No, because I really don't. I'm not really that well versed into those specifics. there's stickers on the, it's a laptop, there's stickers on it which says Intel Core i9, but I know there's a ton of variations from that. And it's got like some sort of NVIDIA GeForce RTX graphics card inside, but not like top of the line stuff. This was not the price category where you get the top of the line stuff. It is pretty decent though. Alright. Time usage, no. Only FPS will keep online. Right. I'll take one more procrastination. I'll take a quick break. I'll be back in like a minute or 2, 3, 4 ish. So meantime, let's watch the nuclear reactors do their thing without actually doing anything. Alright, I'll be back in a second. Alright, reloading map revealed save. Didn't you save the real game later than that one? No, the map revealed save is just basically that we revealed the map. I'm paranoid now. Let's try this. It should not allow me to go in. Okay, it did not allow me to go in. That means this save has not had access to the map editor just yet. So now we'll go again through the 30-second load process. And then we'll finally get started. What country does he come from? He has the special accent. Thanks, I suppose. It's definitely not LA. I'm from the Netherlands. We do have a very specific accent, that is true. Accent. Cannot help it. I think research efficiency, infinite research, and space age does have diminishing returns, right? I mean, you get like an additive 10% or something per level. So additive already means diminishing returns because adding 10% to 10% basically doubles the bonus, whereas adding 10% to 1000% is like a 1% increase, and the tag gets more expensive. It doesn't double every time, but it gets more expensive. But yeah, it's definitely very plausible. The problem is you also get more bang out of your science for every level completed, so that adds to it again a little bit. Alright. Now we get to get into base mode again. Let's switch off the turret. Okay, so yesterday we prepared this thing. We deleted our starter base and got this thing into place with the celebratory 10k science buffer chest, which will store all the space science eventually. Income 18 belts. Yesterday we brought in 3 of the belts. We prepare the rest as well though, so all of this gets mixed and matched together here. We did this, now we need to... The rest of the belts is basically stuff that is also going to be flown either to the rocket parts in rocket fuel and low density structures, or the blue chips which also need to go towards science. So those things we'll have to subdivide properly before we can put them on the belts. But we did do the belts all the way... I think I zoom out a bit more because it takes forever. All the way up here, where we are loading the radars, accumulators and solar panels. And even all the way upper to over here. That's a long belt, it's a very, very long belt. Where we are going to put on the low density structures which are produced over here. Blue chips are produced over here. And rocket fuel which is produced over here, but I committed to bringing the belt up through the forest, so I can no longer delete this or the gap will look weird in the forest. So the rocket fuel is just gonna go up on a belt and come down again. So, right, base building mode. I guess it's time to switch on some stuff then. If we want to properly subdivide things, we're gonna have to turn on some of these giant buses of things. Start some production. Maybe not, because low density structures only stack to 10, so they'll fill up my inventory real fast. I probably should hook up the outputs first. Okay, so there is a problem. So we have both blue chips and low density structures which need to be divided. I know blue chips. I made a note for myself. There is 60 belts of 60 belts of output coming out of here. 28 of them need to go to rocket control units over here. 26 of them need to go to yellow science over here. And 6 of them need to go to the satellite. So I can basically take 6 belts. 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And without doing any mixing and matching with the other belts, I can just take these 6 outputs, 6 consumed belt of green chips, worth of blue chips, and just hook that up to the satellite belt, which we have led up to here. And then the 26 and 28 can be to yellow science and rocket control units. I do need to do something similar for low density structures, but I did not make myself a note. So I have no idea what the proper ratio is in terms of what needs to flow to the rocket silo, the satellite and yellow science. So it is time to go into calculator mode. Over here. We don't need to do a lot of calculating. Actually, it's not time to go in calculator mode. I first need to find how many belts of copper I based my low density structures build on. So it looks like I have 2 belts of copper smelted in every setup here. I can basically count the belts of copper ore here. 42. I suppose 42 on this side as well, because I like symmetry. So that's 84 belts of copper. We are converting 84 belts of copper into however many low density structures that turns out to be. 84 belts of copper is our benchmark. Alright, then it is time to go into calculator mode. And we need to find low density structures in here. Alright, so if we look at low density structures in general, we see we really need to consume 82 belts of copper to make all the low density structures we need. Of course, we have overproduction. We can also see how it is supposed to flow. So almost an equal amount goes to yellow science and rocket parts. In fact, this should be equal, but we have a little bit more space science production than the other 6 science packs. I think, yeah, we're doing 10,080 of every science pack in the popular ratio 5 to 6 to 5 to 12 to 7 to 7. That number of assemblers gives you exactly equal science production. Space science is different though, because it requires rocket launches. So we have 98 rocket silos, which we want to be launching all the time from. That is going to give us 10,203 signs per minute. Apparently, I hope that is the case. Or we'll have some sort of problem. I can always switch on the 1000 signs per minute base again, just for the space science production, if this turns out to be false. I actually did not test that. Right. So we have a little bit more of space science production. And then we have roughly 0.4 belts, which needs to go to satellites. So basically what I want to do is I open this in a new tab. I have to get this value up to... I have to get this value up to 84 belts of copper. So I'm just going to increase some number here. 83 belts. 83.5. Okay, that's over 84. Alright, there we are. So this is the amount of low density structures we are actually producing. We are consuming 84 belts of copper, and out we get this amount of low density structures. Alright, so I have subdivided that into 42 sections, I suppose. Let's open this in a new tab. Now I divide this by... Let's divide it by 84. So that is 189 a minute, or 0.07 belts of low density structures times 84. That is what we have. Then we just gotta figure out how much we actually need to flow into the different directions. So basically we divide these numbers by 0.07 and then round up, and hopefully that amounts to 84 belts of copper. You can already see 0.07 fits 6 times in 0.38 if we round up. So again, 6 belts, 6 output belts need to go towards satellites. And for the other two, we'll divide 2.7. Let's go here. 2.7 divided by 0.07. It is 39. 39 belts go towards... 39 belts towards rocket parts. And 2.667. I guess like this. There's also 39 belts. Okay, that matches up, right? 39 and 39 is actually the same. We just round up. So 39 and 39 is 78, and that leaves us indeed 6 belts to go towards... 6 belts to go towards satellites, so that matches up. Okay, then we have reverse engineered how we did the low density structure thing. There is a small problem. Let's go back into the game. We are back into the game. It's not really a problem, but yeah, we have only 42 outputs of low density structures. That is okay. So we have like 84 sections, but they are grouped together in like... We are consuming 2 belts of copper per vertical line instead of 1. And the low density structures go on the same belt. So for satellites it's pretty easy. We just need 1, 2, 3 times 2 belts of copper consumed. That is the 6 belts we need for satellites. But then 39, that is not an even number, so we will need to divide one of these outputs over both belts. Let's make a note. 39, 39, 39, 6. That is the ratio which we need for low density structures. That means it's 39 to yellow signs, 39 to rocket parts, 6 to satellites. And for blue chips, it was 28 to 26 to 6, and that should amount to 60. Yeah, that does. 28 to rocket control units. Here I made myself that note. 26 to yellow signs, 28 to rocket control units, 6 to satellites. I didn't do that for low density structures, so that's why we had to redo that. Alright, yellow signs is located over here. And the rocket parts and satellites should go on these belts. So I suppose we go out to the right and to the left. Perhaps. I kinda left this gap though to bring out the low density structures. Although, if I look at my yellow signs build, I have copied the purple signs build. The purple signs, where is it? Needs like 28 belts of rails. So that's 4 times 7 belts of rails. That's a lot of rails. I'm going to mimic that on the yellow sign side. So I'm going to bring in 28 belts of low density structures just for the fun. Just divide it over 28 belts and let everything back up. So if I have 7 belts coming in, I can just split every belt in 4 and divide it over yellow signs. And I just happened to notice that this is 7 belts wide. But yeah, I need to combine and split that together somehow. So I'm not really sure how I'm going to do that. 39 does not divide by 7. So yeah, that won't really work very well. Maybe we have a... what kind of splitters do we have? Something to 7. What is the biggest 2-7 splitter we have available? 9 to 7. 9 to 7, alright. I think we're probably more looking towards a small number to 7 in that case. Like something like 4 to 7, 4 belts come out and it's gonna be 7 belts, something like that. I'm not entirely sure yet, but yeah, I suppose we'll just go... Can I decide? No, I cannot. How many belts of low density structures are we producing in total? In total we are producing almost 6 belts of low density structures. So yeah, I'm not really sure why I left 7 belts open then here. Okay, so I can sneak off like... I can sneak off a little bit to the right. And then we'll just divide the rest over 5 belts and put that like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the middle. And at least it's symmetric. We'll do it with blue belts, I suppose. Maybe it's 7 red belts which are coming out. Let me just really quickly check that. If we delete 6 belts for... Oh, it's gonna be more, right, for red belts. It's definitely more for red belts than 7. I think I just left a random gap. I didn't have any deeper meaning behind that. Okay, we're gonna do it then 5 belts wide. That is fine. Where is the stuff gonna go though? So yellow signs is here. Rocket parts are here. Alright, let's just go there and we'll start laying some belts and then we will figure something out by doing it instead of thinking about it. Oh hey LA Cleaner, thanks for the €5. First super chat in a live stream. Says YouTube. Thanks. Follow you since many years. I show the full movie again. Warp Torio. You're from Germany. Dankeschön then. You're from Germany, and I think our actually German English is pretty far apart from Dutch English, even though our languages are a little similar. All right. So I actually have 2 legs available. Let's do something. Oh wait, I think no, this is 9 belts, so that also doesn't make sense. Maybe this is supposed to be... I don't know what it's supposed to be. Let's not think about it. Alright, so for satellites, we are taking 6 belts. 6 times 0.07 is 0.42. So we simply should be able to do this. And just side load it on there. Alright. That is for satellites. Okay, it's working, it's working. We went here and we start laying belts, so that is good. Then we have the other a lot of belts. How many red belts are coming out? I suppose 39. Yes, 39. So that is 19 dedicated for the rocket silo and 1 shared. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, what is production? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, wait, here we have the this is the center point. Okay, now I'm not gonna overthink that. Then we have 20. This is the one which needs to be split into 2. Alright, and for both yellow signs and for the rocket, it's less than 3 belts. Let me check how much are we actually doing. 0.07 times 39. Less than 3 belts per each. 2.73 belts. So if we divide 1 by 0.07, we get 14.28. Which means we should not put more than 14 outputs on 1 blue belt. So there's 7 outputs per side. That is not great, because 7 is not an even number and we get out doubled. So if we load 6 belts per side, yeah, if we side load 6 belts per side, how many belts are we going to end up with them? So 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6. Okay, that is where the 7 is coming from, and then 2, 4, 6. Maybe that's where the 7 belts are coming from. No, it's also not where the 7 belts are coming from, because it's per belt side. So 1, 2, 3. Let's just draw this out. Looks like we're going to be using more red belts than I brought. I got a spider with some red belts, but actually that side loads this. And then we got to side load the other side. I suppose we can do one of these things. And we'll just have these bells just spawn in from the center over here, something like so. Where is my spiders? Some of these have like some extra red belts. I think this last one does. There's not a lot of extra red belts though. Right, so this is what we want to use then. The next belt goes one tile up from that. And then the next belt goes even further one tile up from that. And then we still have some leftovers. So that does not quite work. I got a fourth belt still. So I got like 2 belts extra, right? How can I then do this better? I think I'll just do it like, let's not worry about it too much. But I should start from the far side then. Alright, I'll make a red splitter for this occasion. So this is going to be split. This is going to go towards science. Half of it is going to go towards here. Okay, looks like I misaligned that. Wait, that's... Oh hey, thanks SF Hobbit for the raid. Yeah, I have no idea what you are streaming. I didn't see your stream before. So, please tell us what you are doing in your playthrough. I suppose you are playing Factorio as well. We are at least playing Factorio on the old version, Factorio in Factorio 1.1, not Space Age, not 2.0, finishing up the 10,000 per minute science per minute base. 10,000 science per minute. We are about to connect everything to the rocket silo, the rocket launching facility, and that should bring us up to 10,000 science per minute eventually. Right now we are puzzling out how to get this massive amount of low density structures out of here to all the different locations. That explains the stream title. We had the grand finale yesterday already, but it was too much work to do in one stream. 11 hours was not enough. So here we are today, trying to remedy that. I should sync before I do stuff. This is also not correct. Let's try syncing. So 1. Yeah, rookie numbers in Space Age, that is true. It's kind of on the limit what PCs can handle in vanilla though. We yesterday raided Colonel Will after our own stream, and he was up to over 1 million science per minute. Just to show off the difference, this is my blue chip area. Here is half of the iron intake. Here is all of the copper intake. Like 40 belts of copper ore into 60 belts of copper eventually when it's switched on. 60 belts of copper, 60 belts of iron going to 60 belts of green chips, and then we have 240 assemblers making the blue chips out of that. Colonel Will had, for the same 4 blue belts of chip output, he had 4 EM plants running at, with legendary stuff, the Space Age stuff. 4. This represents this entire area over here. So this is a completely different game, really. Alright, I'm just gonna draw this by hand because apparently I cannot figure this out otherwise. So 3 belts go in there. Then we have the weird squiggle around thing. to make it switch sides. 3 belts go in here. That is the outer edge. Right, so that is 0.42 belts on each half belt side. Here we get another 0.35. And even seven belts would fit on half a belt, right? This yeah, I can just do 7. Okay, let's just start from the beginning. We'll do 7 half belts on half a belt. That's almost compressed, as 7 belts is 0.49 belts. Because we get 0.07 blue belt of low density structure out of all of these stacks by consuming a full belt of copper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, this was for satellites. I'm getting so confused by my own builds here. That means we want to move this one further back, I suppose. And then actually this one will have to... We need a couple more of these. This one will have to half side load this side and half side load the other side. So like that. That is 3.5 belts per side. That should be good. And then this can be one longer. I see I'm not the only one that calls belt side loading onto another belt in the same row as Squiggle. That is very coincidental. So what are you doing? And I guess you're playing Space Age then. What are you playing? What kind of map are you playing? What kind of base or a challenge? Squiggle is a very useful word. Yeah, it can be applied to a wide variety of circumstances. Right, let's use bots like somebody who knows what he's doing. Instead of whatever the heck it is that I'm doing. Now we can just copy this. And of course this will be a little bit different. Or not. No, that will work just fine. Lost the Prometheum ship earlier, had to build a new one. Did you lose it to asteroids or to biters? Ramping up to 1,000,000 signs per minute, alright. I'm not really sure I want to do... I mean, yesterday after visiting Colonel Will's stream, it is just so weird to have those machines produced so fast. It looks really weird. He had like a train which was being loaded by a single miner on a stone patch. He had like mining productivity over 2000. The train stopped and it just like filled the train in like a tenth of a second or so, and the train departed again just by mining into the wagon. That's so weird. The ship is pretty much immune. The biters rose up, alright. Okay, so that's 14 belts. 28 is 30, 32, 34, 36, 38. I cannot count, man. How many red belts are in here? 7. And another 7, that is 14. Okay, that's correct. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And belt number 20 we should take half of for the rocket parts. So, okay, this is correct then. This is correct. Now we just need to side load this, how we have been doing the other ones. Except this is going to be less full of a belt compared to the other ones. So we'll just side load 3 on here and 2.5 on the other side. With the weird squiggle. And that means this belt is not going to be similarly loaded left and right. So, I mean, this is not really a proper lane splitter, is it? We'll use the proper one. I just don't know how to build that from my memory. So I'll have to grab this thing. Alright, so that properly balances all the rows. Here we just balance it by production. We have the same amount of production going on the top side as on the bottom side of the belt, but here we have a different amount of production on top and bottom. So we'll do a proper lane splitter. And now we just connect all these belts out to the right side. And that is what needs to go towards the rocket silo. Alright, so this is satellites, and these three are towards the rocket silos. That is now properly divided. Why is that one not a proper balancer? I don't know actually. Something seems off about that. Let me just deduce. Is the one I'm building good enough? And if so, why does this one exist? I think it has to do with Right, so if something comes in on the top side of the belt, it 50% goes on the top, 50% goes on the bottom. If something comes in the bottom, it's true as well. It looks good to me, really. Here we are basically forcing everything that's on the bottom is going to be forced onto this belt. Everything that's on the top is going to be forced onto this belt because the undergrounds block that. So this seems a little bit more rigorous in terms of actually forcing the items into the correct side. And then both of the things lay on the top of the belt, and then both of those things get mixed together. I think the real difference is if you are consuming from one side of the belt, then here you get a preference in what is put on the belt, whereas here you still, if you are consuming from one side of the belt only, it still gets mixed properly. I think that is the difference, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's see if somebody in chat already said something about this. I'm not going to go on a tangent now. I want to get the splitter finished. I was thinking about opening editor mode and just discovering the finer aspects of doing that, but no, let's not. Yeah, I think so. It has something to do with the side loading and consuming preference, etc., etc. Here, what happens here, contrary to the other one, is everything gets forced on the top side of the belt. So if we just draw this out a little bit, you will see that better. If stuff comes in, everything gets forced on the top side of the belt, no matter how it comes in. So then if these get mixed together in a splitter, we're always going to be drawing from both belts equally. Whereas with the other one, do I have that anywhere? I didn't save that. That's two variants. This is the same one basically, but here if you are consuming from the bottom side of the belt, then here the top side of the belt will get prioritized and the bottom side will get neglected, because and that means whatever is coming in on the top here will be will get drawn empty before anything else. Let me just fill this up then. Maybe I can showcase that. I'm not gonna go in editor mode, but we are doing this apparently. Okay, now I gotta do some very precise taking of the belt stuff. Alright, so if we are drawing stuff off the bottom side of the belt only, which is what happens when you use inserters in general. I don't have inserters on me, of course I don't. In general, if you use inserters, they like to draw from the near side of the belt. So we can simulate that by sideloading this onto this underground belt here. And you can see we're now only drawing from the top belt. Because basically what is happening is we are only consuming from the bottom here. What is on the top here gets blocked off here, but we are not consuming from the top. We only need to look at this corner of the belt, the bottom left corner, which is fed by this top side of the belt with priority. Because it has just the back side of the belt gets drawn empty. So everything that comes in from the top goes on here and then gets sideloaded onto here. And I think this splitter does not do that. When this backs up, let's also just throw some stuff on there then. Okay, that is equal. Okay, I suppose we should fill it up again. Right, here if we draw off one side of the belt, it still gets consumed from both sides of the belt. And that is the difference between this forcing side loading, the forcing splitter, and the poor man's variant. So that is the difference visualized with blue belts on a blue belt on a dark background. So yeah, sue me for that. But yeah, that is basically how what the difference is. The disadvantage is you get stuff which remains present on these belts. Right, so now we basically just do the same but for signs on the other side. I suppose we can copy this unit of 7 again and just flip it over. Right, I have different hotkeys to flip in Factorio 1 compared to Factorio 2. Because some behavior changed and my original hotkey started not interacting very well with the new mechanics. Okay, this is so, and then the last one we have to custom do together again. That is going to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.5. That's basically going to be this thing flipped around. Alright, so this does not line up because yeah, the entire thing flips around here. Okay, so I suppose we have 2 tiles of free space. We'll keep 2 tiles of free space. We'll go like this instead. Is that correct? That looks not very... That looks weirdly off-center though. We are gonna be bringing stuff down on 3 belts though, so yeah, we have to do it on 3 belts. I mean, we could take it out of... Already taking it out of that side. Yeah, it's just gonna stay like this. There's not a... We have to divide it in 3 unequal parts. There's no way to make stuff that's symmetric, I suppose. Yeah, that's fine. Now we just hook up all of these. I have copied the wrong things here. Man, I really should... I don't know what I'm doing, man. What the heck am I doing? I have no focus at all. This one is okay. Okay, there's still 14 under... Okay, that's good. So I copied the wrong section. I copied the final section. Now it's going to be hard to copy. Oh no, wait, no, we do need the... I forgot now, we are sideloading 7 belts on the belt, so we do need this weird splitter in the middle. Alright, so that was correct. Alright. Never mind. This doesn't work, right? No, that doesn't work. Yeah, it was indeed correct already. I'm just getting sidetracked a lot into different sorts of experiments, and then I lose my train of thought, and then yeah, these kind of things start happening a lot. Right, at least it comes out symmetric on this side and in the available gap. Then we have to do a proper 3-to-3 splitter, because eventually... Actually no, we have a proper 3-to-3 splitter. Over here already. Actually a 3-to-4 splitter, because it's going to be divided into the 4 corners of the base of the rocket launch facility. So eventually it will have to be split together. I can do 3-to-3 splitter just to make all the belts equally fill up equally. So I haven't used any actual splitters like this, almost not at all in the entire base, but now for this final part everything needs to be nice, I suppose. Maybe over here. Force blueprint is not a thing just yet. A super force at least. Alright. That's good enough. Then we are ready to hook up the actual output. So now the difficult part is done, which is dividing the resources over the different outputs. Now we just need to bring the belts out to the proper locations. Maybe a spider can come pick up me. Alright. Where do we need to go? We need to go here. I suppose we also want to bring this belt up. Oh, we did bring this belt up. We just need to bring this belt up then. I suppose this one. Maybe we'll snake the blue belt. I don't know yet how we'll snake that through. But at least the low density structure belt needs to continue all the way upwards. Rocket fuel probably as well. Oh, though not necessarily. Rocket fuel does not need to go all the way up. It's probably just blue chips and low densities then. And rocket fuel. Rocket fuel goes up a little bit further, but rocket fuel is going to come from here. Okay. I want to do this from the map view. I don't want to walk all the way back here. So rocket fuel is going to come from the right at some point. So I basically should bring the blue belt and low density structure belt adjacent to each other. Probably just here on the left side. So maybe we want rocket fuel coming in over here then. Does that make sense? Kinda does. I can also just bring that down and then just meet up with this belt here. That will look nice. Okay, then the rocket fuel can be this belt. Maybe even coming from this direction, who knows? And then blue chips and low density structures need to come on the other two belts. And somehow this had to go on this belt from this point on, but blue chips needs to come in over here. Together with low density structures. These two belts come from up there somewhere. And this belt comes either from here or also from up there. And this belt does not exist. This belt does not exist. That just means this belt has to switch to this side at some point for the blue chips. So I suppose we'll just do something dumb like this. And that'll work. Here we got some stuff going on anyway. Alright, then we got these sets of ingredients, which need to go on these 3 belts over here. Okay, so now we know where low density structures needs to end up. As well as blue chips, we can just bring this belt all the way up here. Or at least for low density structures. We don't know yet about blue chips. So we can bring this one all the way up at least. This one has to go into... and it's far. Don't move the mouse and everything will line up correctly. This one has to go into here. It's a little bit annoying through the forest. I think I want to bring blue chips over here as well though. A belt on its own is also a little bit sad. So then it's low densities and blue chips like so. And here I have to look as well. Low densities was supposed to go in the middle. Yeah, in the middle 3 belts. Alright, low density goes in the middle 3 belts. I think we need to go over here now. Oh man. Where is it? Here? Alright, so rocket fuel should come from the... It's coming from the right and goes in here. And rocket control units, I suppose, will join in a little bit further down the belt, down the bus maybe, I don't know yet. Maybe we'll just snake the belts through here. There is space for that easy. And that means we don't need to worry about the train later, because the train will have to pick up signs over here. And then it has to go over here to pick up signs, but it does not need to drive anywhere up here. So that way the belts and the trains won't really interact with each other. Yeah, I think we'll do something like that. We'll just use this like giant snake way to get through there. Okay then. That is kind of decided. So if that all comes from this side, rocket control units needs to go on the top. So low density structures needs to come in from the bottom. Roughly like so, I suppose. And then low density structures is this one. And we just need to bring that from over there, I guess, down here. Something like so. Can we put this on a line where we don't meet a power pole? Okay, this does not meet a power pole. So I'm happy. Alright. Then where do we bring it down here? Maybe through this tree clearing. Right behind this power line. Looks good. So here. It comes out over here. We have 4 belts actually. The 4th belt is also something. 3 belts over here. The 4th belt will... Maybe we'll bring the 4th belt all the way around here. Because that goes into here eventually. Not this high up probably, but... Yeah. So we'll see. Alright, then it has been decided where these turns should be at least. So that's gonna look like so, and turn here. Alright. I don't want to draw the entire thing just yet, because that will just cause my bots to fly out really, really far. Okay, that is where the corner should be. Alright, now then we are ready to draw these belts. We can just... it is hard to draw a belt like a blueprint from the spider, because the spider wobbles a bit, but it's a lot easier if you just make a blueprint and then just snap it to an arbitrarily large grid size. Let's say something like so. Snap to a relative grid. Alright, so a relative large grid, and then we can just click it, and even if we accidentally move our mouse, I'm just holding it now. Wait, this is not correct. The grid has to be 1 wide. So even if I'm holding this now, this will always, no matter how I move my mouse, it will always stick to this horizontal, because the next tile is only up here. So only if I move the mouse here, we're gonna misplace belts. So that way we can drive into Spidertron while dragging a blueprint of belts alongside. So let's do that. Even if my mouse moves off We're gonna be fine now. Okay, out of belts, but not to worry. We got friends with belts. Friends with belt-of-its. Alright, so do we just break the forest? Yeah, we just break the forest. Alright, that lines up nicely. And looks like I built the splitter the wrong way. Probably, sorry people in chat who already noticed this. No, it's not symmetric. It is actually. Yeah, one belt, okay. Good. The right hand splitter isn't right, you need to flip it, I think. Yeah, exactly. Thanks. If only I kept up with chat as good as I wished I did. Alright, so this belt is gonna be by itself, gonna go all the way to the right, I suppose. Could even bring the blue belt through this belt as well. We have space for that. No, we don't? No, we don't. Are we sure about this belt, that it has to go around here? Not quite just yet. Only one blue belt, one chip of one blue belt of blue chips is going to come this way to meet up over here. So how am I going to bring that out? All of the blue chips are going to go down. Some go to rocket control units, some go to blue, to yellow signs. The other ones could try to just bring them through here. It would be kind of weird to have a blue chip belt coming through. There kinda is space if we just use this horizontal. And then those belts can together go through this forest, around here, and end up on this vertical. With blue chips on the outsides. That is aligned correctly as well. Alright, we'll do that then. That means we're gonna just add another horrible contraption. This already horrible kind of build that doesn't fit. Okay, we're gonna have to do it tightly then. Okay, so we just give it the maximum exposure. This technically should work, right? If I just drag. Yeah, I think that should work if I just drag that belt. So we'll just drag the belt all the way through and we'll get the minimum distance covers. That's where blue chips is going to end up. Yeah, except here we're going to make an exception for the center point. Yeah, belt immunity equipment does affect spiders and you only need one in total, not one per leg or per pair of legs. Oh yeah, this is nice and horrible. I think I'm gonna need more underground. Yeah, nothing wrong with this. That is blue chips. And I suppose I'm just gonna have a fake splitter. Why not? To make them adjacent. Yeah, properly cursed. Alright, 2.5k belts should be enough to manually bridge out this thing. You can use the same trick, we'll just delete the belt. And then we'll just, we can just run our way through this forest. Oh wait, I should shift click. Alright. I do want to stay within radar vision. I think we'll just go pretty tightly past this. Maybe around this power line. So we come out here. And we'll go in over here. And then we'll just go down through the forest. And we'll be on the proper horizontal to meet up over here. Proper vertical to meet up over there. Okay, way too much thought goes into this belt routing, man. It isn't all necessary to do it like this. But it is, you know. It kinda is. I mean, if this was just any old challenge run or starter map, I would not really bother so much trying to line up everything that belts flow straight and nice and stuff, but this is a 200-hour playthrough by now, excluding the design time. So I just want to do the last efforts with great effort as well. Just commandeer our way through the forest. Okay, looks like we are through. Alright. Okay, and then we'll just deconstruct a couple trees here so we can actually see the belts. Okay, that's good enough. Alright, so that should be good. Then here, so we said low density structures is this one. Rocket fuel has to come in from somewhere else. Which means this can basically just turn like so. Rocket control units then will be coming in here as well. Adjacent. From somewhere over. Yeah, here we're gonna bring those things up through this gap we decided. It means they're gonna be snaking through here. Alright. Then it would be nice if rocket fuel could just come in on this line, I suppose. That's not gonna happen because it needs to end up over here. So maybe it'll come up on... No matter how we do this, it's not gonna look as nice. I think it's just maybe gonna come down here where these trees are. We kinda committed to cutting out this forest here though. Okay, so maybe just will come up here then. Problem is to get this through here. Alright, I suppose that works. Yeah, it's not too bad actually. Alright, we'll make way for the rocket fuel belt, which is gonna have to go all the way through the forest. And we'll see where it eventually comes up. We need to collect all the rocket fuel, which is already on the belt. We need to merge that. Rocket fuel also needs to be split still between satellites and rocket parts actually. Alright, but I think that is low density structures connected, right? Low density structures goes here and here. Now we just need to draw this belt down. And then we can actually switch on low density structures, because why not? Just to see how it will end up on the belt. I think we actually need to bring this power line all the way up here with some radars next to this belt array. So we can see it on the map. It's kinda important, I think. Have vision on this. Okay, let's call the spider army over to here. Wait, why the underground? Flash, still something wrong in the build? Then please let me know again, because I didn't read chat in time, so I have no idea to which specific underground you are referring anymore. Well, I guess we'll just use this stupidly white blueprint to go all the way down. Okay, so yeah, we'll go all the way down, connect this, all work itself out. Okay, good, good. Yeah, we'll connect this, then we'll bring the power back up. Do I have enough power lines for that? It's a lot of chunks. I think I do, because this guy has some more power as well. Yeah, we have plenty of those. We also have radars, which we'll need. Okay, then we don't need to visit the base again. Base, quote unquote. Okay, if I make the spider a little bit slower, that's a little bit easier on the bots, I suppose. Alright, I hope you like belt placement sounds, because we're going to be listening to this until I run out of belts. Which is now. Okay, disconnected. I'm out of space though. Let's give back the wood. I have a mod, by the way, that lets me zoom out much further than the game originally lets you. Just so we can get some significant parts of the build on screen at the same time. Because the standard zoom level like maxes out at something like this or something, I think. Looking forward to Grand Finale Part 3. What do you mean? There's not gonna be Grand Finale Part 3. The grandest finalist, yeah. And then there will be another part 4 to end up the trilogy. Sorry, no pressure, no worries, no worries. Right. That is connected. Then we'll walk down further. I think this power line should not be like directly adjacent to here. Did I space this out with the rails, or how did I space this out? I probably spaced it out with the rails. 8 tiles. Yeah, 8 tiles. This is symmetric with the rails. So the power line is going to be this here because of this power line. Okay, then the power line is going to be adjacent. We're just going to draw this up all the way. Alright. So then it's only rocket fuel. We need to look how to divide rocket fuel as well. But I suppose... You know what? I think we just need to copy a section which has radars. We'll have too many radars, but I suppose it's fine. And there's one over there. Alright, and if I... Hopefully I can do this. Send the spider up there. Please, as we go. Was too slow. Also, this needs to be fixed. That definitely needs to be fixed. We cannot look at that. That is illegal. Alright, nice. One more time. I guess I'll zoom in a little bit more. Every time there's a radar, I need to put this on top. And then we should place everything automatically. Let's not have a lot of reaction time to do this. Okay, this is already lit up, so here I can just... It's not in the way. Here I can just place it already. So there was either radars or power lines, but no. And you can make a blueprint for this with tiles, but then again, I only need to do this one time. We only need to do this once. Famous last words on this channel. We only need to do this once. Alright, stop right there. We're gonna have another illegal move. Okay, that is good. Okay, we're almost up there. I think one more. Alright, and then we should connect this power line, I suppose, to somewhere over here. And that's another redundant power line. Now we can actually see the belts everywhere. Except here, obviously. It's like there we missed something. Right. What's next? We do know what needs to go where now. Next is switching on the low density structure build, I think, and just watching the stuff flow. Alright. Radars are present here, so that is visible as well. Okay, first epic moment of the stream. That's probably the largest single adjacent ore line that we have. Which we are now going to switch on. This is only half of the copper, by the way. We've got another half coming in from this side. It's divided into two sections. Okay, I do only need blue belts to switch this on. We will switch it on in the daytime though. Let's examine. So what is connected to this low density structure build? We've got two steel mines, producing each like 16 belts of steel or so. And that combines... This produces all steel. That all combines into 9 compressed blue belts of steel. Then we got plastics for low density structures. Apparently that's 11 belts of coal turning into 21 belts of plastics. Basically every belt of coal turns into 2 belts of plastics, except we just didn't build half of the last belt, so we're only consuming, I guess, 10.5 belts over here. That's fine. And then of course we got the big one, the copper. 4 patches of copper each, delivering 21 belts or so, to get to a total of 84 belts of copper. It is getting daytime, so let's save here, switch on LDS. So yeah, there's no point in trying to switch on the entire base at the same time. Like, it is just too big to watch everything at the same time, and even to switch it on at the same time, I have to be everywhere at the same time. So just switch on the builds one by one. A cold start is not really possible from a base this size, because you can start up everything with empty belts, but there's always going to be one ingredient that takes the longest to arrive at the rocket silo, and if that means other ingredients already get like 10 minutes of production time before they start being consumed, and yeah, that basically means cold starts are kind of impossible anyway on builds like of this scale, unless you put a ton of effort into it. Right, so how am I even gonna try to film this, because I cannot for the life of me cannot watch everything at the same time at this zoom level even. Maybe I have to, let's adjust some things. No minimap, one shortcut bar, reduce some of the clutter on screen, and then we'll just let ourselves zoom out even further. This has been removed in Factorio 2.0. There's a maximum amount you can zoom out. Oh, this is gonna be hard. This is already hard on the... This is very flickery. Maybe I can do something about that. If we zoom out maybe a little bit to a non-integer value, can we do that? Let's just allow ourselves to zoom out even further. Okay, this is a non-flickery state. It's very slow though. UPS is fine. UPS is fine. FPS is 30 anyway for the stream, so I guess that should be fine. And then we can watch everything switch on at the same time. Suppose the copper is gonna be the most epic to watch. How did the train run out of fuel? Oh really? Ah, we have no more base, so this thing is not getting refueled. Funny. It does not really matter though. I guess we can get rid of that by just setting it to manual. That should stop this, right? Yeah, okay. It's gonna be nighttime again before I decide. So how do I switch this on? In what order? Steel should be last. Maybe coal should be first. I guess steel is fine. We'll switch on steel first. Then we'll switch on coal. Then we'll go to the copper builds and try to catch that. Steel takes the longest to subdivide correctly, so that is alright. Okay, I messed this up already. I also messed this up because I waited too long. It's going to be night again before everything comes out. It's going to take a couple minutes. You remove the animation of trees, water, shadow. Actually, I don't know. Ah, for UPS in the end. Yeah, I guess we can, if like render speed is going to be a bottleneck, we can do that, but make 4 different saves for different recordings. This is why I have all the save files in general, so I can refilm parts multiple times and that things. Hide G is not a thing yet in Factorio 1.1. There is no shortcut for it. There is also no debug setting for it. You can only hide the mod keys. Okay, it's taking a while. I was getting nervous. Alright, daytime is coming. So first we go to steel. How big is my construction area? That is fine. I can switch this on. I can switch this on. It is the way to do it. That is properly built. Okay, there that goes. We come back to this when the plastic will come out. The coal is not as epic as the plastic. This copper on the left side takes the longest, if I remember correct. So we go there first. Alright, and then we go over here. Flip this on and then we can zoom out. Does it reset? Yeah, this reset. I have no idea what those numbers mean exactly, but let's go big. Okay, we got the train fuel icon, that's fine. Alright, that's all those being placed. Now we got everything. Okay, the plastic is coming as well. Ooh. Alright, enjoy. Can move a little bit to the right. Maybe get a copper mine into the view. Yeah, like so. Are you doing the oil production? Yeah, we are doing basic oil processing because that requires a lot less infrastructure compared to advanced oil processing. And we will have the mining productivity and the richness of the oil patches anyway to sustain oil production. Even though it costs more than, I think it costs like 3 times as much oil after you factor in all the productivity. But that's fine. Because the oil is rich enough and the mining productivity bonus is high enough for us to not run out of oil. And basic oil processing is basically just oil refineries directly into plastics, whereas advanced oil is way more infrastructure, way more fluid mechanics which need to be calculated, etc. So we traded off we basically need 3 times as much oil, but we have that anyway, and in return we get less calculations for updating the game. Right, looks like everything has kind of settled in. I think it's time to zoom in a little. See if stuff is already coming out. It's not visible from so far away. The stuff is coming out. How is power doing? Okay, went up 6 gigawatts or something. These all look like one belt of copper, but each of these belts going in is actually 2 belts of copper. They go in adjacent. One gets smelted here by our clocked furnaces. Let's watch the clocked furnaces in action a bit. So nice. So that should help save some updates per second as well. To have those inserters not be active for some time. Okay, here comes the low density structure. This is what's going on. Why is this belt? the way it is. All of these belts should be able to get fully side-loaded without backing up. 1, 2, 3. Okay, this does look like a full half belt, but it's not. It should be 0.49 belts, which get side-loaded on every side. So there should be some tiny gaps here and there. What worries me is this belt. This should be a full belt as well, so probably I messed something up. Let's just go investigate on foot. Ah, yeah, I forgot about this thing. Probably somebody said it in chat. Sorry persons, sorry people. Did I do that on this one as well? I did. Alright, so that's part of the splitter. Yeah, also no coal liquefaction. Everything is basic oil processing. Whenever we need light oil or heavy oil, we are doing not basic oil processing. Will there be save games available? I'm not sure yet. I will share it on Patreon. I have a Patreon tier which has save games. I've been sharing a lot of save games publicly already. The problem with sharing a save game is this base won't work in Factorio 2.0, and who still has Factorio 1.1 installed anyway? So yeah, I'm not really sure that would it would benefit anyone to share the save game. I will probably put it on Discord though. When it's all finally done and I have like 10 hours of production in the 10,000 signs per minute base with a nice graph Word of Science production, I will probably share that save on Discord. Alright, so this is all active now, this side, because this is a very long belt. Belt towards blue, yeah, towards yellow signs is backed up now. This is still going. Now we can see the belt. Let's just scroll down it. How far is it already? Okay, makes a corner. Okay, and because this belt was only... I think now it should be balanced, right? Left and right? Yeah, now it's balanced left and right equally. In the beginning that's not the case then. I guess that's fine. Okay, let's watch the first live production roll out of the forest. The first low density structure. Hopefully it's visible with the compression. Low density structures are not very visual in terms of contrast. It's easy to downgrade back. Ah, okay, I don't use Steam for Factorio, because I definitely do not want to know how many hours I have in the game. Okay, that seems to be working. I think we'll just have to sideload this on both sides as well. Didn't I already do that though? Can download a standalone zip from Factorio. Okay, I will do that because what I'm currently doing is very dumb. So basically Factorio 1.1 and Factorio 2.0 share the same folder for mods, save games, achievements, blueprint storage. So I every time have to make a backup before I start up the other save game version, or I risk overwriting or losing or destroying stuff, which is not good. So yeah, I don't know why I didn't download that then already. I should have figured it out by myself, I suppose. Right, so why is nothing coming out on... Ah, this is the blue chip belt, alright. So basically, here we do this then. And here, because everything comes in on half of a belt, this is a proper... If only a half belt comes in, this is a proper belt balancer. No, it's not. Yeah, only if everything comes in on the top half of the belt, this will balance properly. But since everything is side-loaded on here, and that's the entire belt, this will work just fine. Alright, that is low density structures on. Half of it at least. The other half needs to go towards yellow signs. I think blue chips should be next then. Because we need those for the rocket control units. Let's switch the train to manual mode for now. Where is science? Science is over here. How many belts are going to go through the middle? We have 3 low density belts structure. 3 belts of low density structures coming down. 1 blue chip belt going up. Got 3 belts of rocket control units going up as well. Those eventually have to meet up here. This is in the way. Ah yeah, we'll snake it up through here. That was the idea. Something like go, snake, snake, snake. So I suppose the low density, the rocket control units could be on this side instead. That's it, right? Yeah, the rest, that's all what goes through here. Okay, so then 7 bells of stuff goes through here. That's not too bad. We can plop that like so. Okay, where do we want this to go then? Straight over the uranium patch, maybe. The rocket control units are gonna turn right though, before the uranium patch. So we have to only take into account these belts. The left belts. Okay, the single tree can stay. We'll move over the power line. Where was my other belts? Maybe I deleted those already. Okay, we'll turn before this forest. And then we come out somewhere over here. Oh, we can make another nice cursed splitter here, looks like. Because this is 9 bells of steel. Probably will do a standard one. Okay, I should not be doing that. Should be placing that as we go with the bots. Just a couple markers. to know where I need to turn. All right. Okay. Where do we go with this stuff then? Blue chips come out from up here. They go to here. Rocket control units come from here. They are going down. And they could be going up instead, I suppose. Oh, I think I want to not go too close. Do I want to go close to the pizza slice splitter? I think no, I want to keep that like a separate thing. We could go up on this horizontal above these substations. So come out with the rocket control units here instead of going down. We've just flipped this around and that should work. This is blue chips coming in. Okay. Blue chips up here will come down somewhere. Past here at least, at the minimum. And rocket control units go out. Again, I said I should not draw the entire belt, so let's try to not do that. Further, 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 further. Oh, we can already connect to here then. Yeah, that's okay spacing. That connects to this corner. Low density structures are coming in here. Those have to go to science. We have to do some weird splitter things to get that to work properly. Now we got more blue chips and robot frames for yellow science as well. So blue chips are probably gonna just come out all adjacent in some way down here. Already pre-divided for the 3 destinations. So that's 2 belts here. 2 belts for yellow signs and 1 belt to go to the satellite parts. That's 5 belts, which should be coming down. Something like so. This should come down somewhere. Alright, that is blue chips. 2 rocket control units. Maybe we can turn right in a similar way. towards yellow signs. And then this is for the satellites. That belt is separate on top. So we could keep that separate here as well to match the substation pattern. Rocket control units are coming through here. Okay. And then we just continue on like so. Through all of this area. Until we meet here. Actually no, because this is already past yellow signs. These bells are gonna turn somewhere down towards yellow signs. But the other bells, these all will come here and turn. That means that low density structures probably just go under here. Before we make those turn. And then it can meet up on the same line as the blue chips. That's nice. Again, don't do this. And we have to figure out how it exactly goes in here later on, but that's actually the general layout of the belts. Yeah, something like so. Maybe this goes out of the way a bit, we'll see. Yeah, this is a little in the way now. So maybe we'll just have this come in. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Maybe we'll just have a 1-to-7 splitter here. That should work. 1-to-7 splitter. Something like that. We'll see exactly how, but that could be something. Alright, that is enough slivers of belts placed to know that we can place the rest as well. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, looks like this belt is just gonna be adjacent then, until we meet up over here. That's fine as well. Again, don't do that. Okay, that's the blue chip output. Okay, that's the general belt routing decided. Holy moly. It is indeed just vanilla without space age. Would like to see Mike pave the entire base once it's up and running. That is a lot of concrete though. I mean, I need like 2 million landfill if I want to expand this solar field like one blueprint further out, which is like, I don't know, how much? Like this much. If I want to expand the entire solar field one blueprint further out, like this. Oh, no, I think it was two blueprints further out. I would need like 2 million landfill. Now extrapolate that amount of landfill to the amount of concrete it would take to fill up the entire area. And that is way more than I would ever have produced, I think. So that's not likely to happen anytime soon. Alright, we still need to lay a couple belts. This is gonna go up still through the forest. Where is it gonna turn? Suppose only at the very last moment. If we can. If the water is not in the way. And actually here we should space it apart a bit more. Like so. Go up. Where does it meet? Okay, it meets not higher than the water. So we can make a straight corner. Okay. Belt layout decided. Yeah, it's just a starter base because it's not paved by concrete. 10k SPM starter base. Maybe it would be good for Space Age, but not for vanilla. I guess we'll go with the blueprint method again. I probably can keep it steady in at least one direction. Okay, that is gonna switch on the low density structures for yellow signs as well, at least for a while. Oh, I shift rotated that. I'm gonna have a lot of random blueprints in my inventory after this. Now it's a matter of finding the lucky one. Alright. So now we go down for quite a while until we meet there. We zip straight through everything. No problemo. Alright. Alright. No curse splitter. Just a regular one. Or like crossing. Not splitter, crossing. Okay, well, we'll do a section by hand. And we will just meet up with the spiders. Eventually I probably need more bells though, yeah, I do. Grab some. Spiders can pick me up again at the meeting point. This we can just basically do from hand. It looks like the parts which are already placed on the map don't have instant response from the bot. Belt rotating hell. Right. incognito mode. Nothing is happening. We're in editor mode. Even there is no player. Where is the player? I don't see a player. Also, there is no shadows. How far do we need to go? This is just straight lining the rest. This is so funny. You gotta entertain yourself with something, right? When you're hand placing thousands of belts, 195 hours in the game, like a noob. Alright, that is connected then, on this side at least. Now we go back to here. We need probably, we already spent most of the belts. This guy is empty. This guy cannot keep up. It's just, I don't have a full Roboport grid because those don't look very nice, in my opinion. It's like the full power grid, like, it looks nice for a solar field to have like a regular power grid, but I would hate for my base to look like this everywhere. So I did have the construction bots to build all the big stuff with the Roboports. We got rid of the Roboports now, and it's just now it's just connecting up like a couple handfuls of belts here and there. So it's very very doable. I mean, it takes a lot of time anyway. It doesn't really matter too much if you need to shift, like ghost place everything, finicky hand place everything while being there. It does not really matter too much. Yeah, the pre-placed parts are a little bit slow to respond. We have to go further. I hope so. Get out of belts. How much further? Okay, that much. And then here we have another weird crossing. Alright, so now we go like this for a while. Was that already a while? That already was a while. Wait, what's this? Ah, that's the belts of blue chips which need to come in. Okay, so we need to include that in the blueprint, I suppose. Okay, I think now we are almost completely out of bells. We do need to cross the copper. Are we going to give the copper ore right of way? Yes. Why not? It's not like anything important is on these belts anyway. Okay, how far is it to go there? Not too far. We'll just go by hand. Can use this one to go there. And the other belt to come back. Yeah, right, this was around the substation range. Oh yeah, now we turned around the splitter thing. Alright. So that is connected. We can use this one to walk back fast. Oh, get up and stretch. Yeah, I'll probably need to do that again. Yeah, 2.0 remote view is very nice to be able to rotate stuff from the map view and stuff. It's also kinda OP. And you can make like flexible setups, which, for instance, you just build something like this, right? And if you later want this belt of stuff to go that way, you can just go to the map view, rotate it, and now it goes this way. Those things you definitely will not be able to do. It's like a how's it called for trains? Like when a train, there's a piece of rail which decides which way a train goes, left or right. I forgot what it's called. But it's basically like this. You can manipulate this from the map view if you set it up ahead of time. Yeah, I think we have to basically just continue this substation line. Looks like with overlaps. At least to this point. Maybe all the way. No, to this point. Okay, then we go up for the blue chips. That's a lot of belts. And what is then to do? Then the only thing left to do is connect it. We may have exactly not enough belts. I predict we have exactly not enough belts for this. I have undergrounds, but I'm not gonna do undergrounds. Right, what we can do though, let's just send the support spiders back to the base to pick up more belts while we place some stuff. So if these guys just come over here, the bots will reload them with belts. And if I just let them hang around a little bit by shift clicking a ton of different locations on the map, hopefully they'll fill up enough. And I will forget to send them back, so I just want to do that immediately now. And we just send them back over here. And then instead of doing something belt intensive, because we don't have that many belts, we'll just go over here to design the actual splitting of stuff into yellow signs. Alright, so if we do this, we need to have 4 belts of low density structures in equal division. And those could just be coming in like so, next to each other. Kinda makes sense, yeah. I already like this. And probably don't have enough splitters and stuff. I also send that spider away. We have a couple more undergrounds, but no splitters. Okay. I have red belts because this is red belts. I mean, after this point, here it can definitely be red. Yeah, I think that is fine. Alright. And we can get rid of these. And we'll just downgrade these sections. Okay, that is low density structures. I can then copy this one, I suppose. Switch off the roboports. And this then should connect to... I know it doesn't, not directly, because this is... I don't know why, actually. Because I didn't copy the entire thing, I see. Alright, so the center two belts are connected properly. Something like this. Alright. But here we keep the blue belts. Basically a mirror of the purple signs. We need the blue belts here because of the blue chips. Purple signs requires a lot of rails, which is why we have this immense amount of belts of rails. It's 30 rails with 1 electric furnace and 1 productivity module. So we can get away with using red belt here because it's 1 and 1. But on yellow signs it's 1 processing it's 1 robot frame with 2 processing units, which are on these single belts, which is why this needs to be blue for the 2 processing units. And then the low density structures, we need only 3, not 30, but just to make it look symmetric, we're filling up all these belts. It's good low density structures is done, because we only need to connect those. The spiders are already coming back. Hopefully they have all the belts we need. That means we can actually connect them to the spider band again. And they should have all the stuff for me. First grab the splitters from the last guy. And then just some random bells. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's already good. This does not need to exist. I'm not sure this will work. We're gonna have 2 belts of blue chips incoming here. 4 belts of low densities. This works for 2 full belts. But I need to sideload 4 belts. Let's first upgrade this to blue as well. this is not gonna work for me because I need a full half belt of blue chips. So we need to do something different. That's okay. And we don't split it, because it's already going to be on the belts as it should be. And where's the robot frames actually? They should be built somewhere close by. Oh wait, the robot frames also are not complete yet. We need to collect oil and water, I think still. Wait, yeah, we have coal we have some coal liquefaction to make the lubricant, because if we didn't use coal liquefaction we would have a surplus of light oil and or petroleum gas, which we could not get rid of. So we had to go with coal liquefaction here. Either it was coal liquefaction for lubricant or just mixing up the oil builds for different builds together so we could get rid of the surplus. So we chose coal liquefaction. That means I need some heavy oil in barrels. And I no longer have a factory to give me heavy oil in barrels. So then the question becomes, do we have some barrels? We don't have barrels in the main base, okay. I suppose I could just leach some oil of perhaps rocket fuel. That has advanced oil processing because we need tons of light oil. So we can just put a tap and an assembler on here to drain some heavy oil out of this. That should be fine. Then we can start up that over there as well. Alright, but that means we're gonna have 2 belts of blue chips incoming. And 1 belt of robot frames actually. A single belt of robot frames, and those are gonna come in from over here. Okay, that can just come in on the right side then. So 2 belts of blue chips and a belt of robot frames. Four belts of low density, something like this. First belt of blue chips we can do this still. Yeah, this we can do. This is a little bit different than we did for purple signs. Or is it? I know we can use this one though. This is a full belt and a full belt. It's a little bit different than this one because of the underground. But yeah, but here we can just combine this on a full belt, whereas here we cannot, right? Yeah, here we split it again. Yeah, okay. So no, we need a double belt here. So this is fine. This is fine. I suppose that means blue chips is gonna come down on the bottom. And then the robot frames, we're gonna loop around like so. Oh, that's gonna be properly cursed as well. I'm not entirely sure this works, so I'll cut it off right here. Second blue chip belt is gonna go through. We also need bot frames to go through. And then we can just merge these belts like so, and then do the same thing again on the opposite side. And I'm gonna copy paste that because I have no idea how I built it already. Properly cursed, yeah. It needs to be. The law from yesterday seems to apply. No, we're barely... How much time We're barely 3 hours in. We're barely 5 hours in. We're barely 1 to 5 hours in. Okay, but that means we actually are ready to connect at least low density structures to yellow signs. I think I want to do that first anyway, because that is going to... That's going to be the longest process for belts to fill up. We can actually travel down the belt. We do need a 3 to 4 splitter again to bring this out. So first we do a 3 to 4 splitter, and then we do a 4 1 to 7 splitters to split it over 28 belts. Alright. Blue belt is coming in here. And bot frames I suppose is coming in from the top. And this just goes on. And this is exactly too long. I suppose we can connect bot frames. Should I do some proper balancing here as well? Technically this should also automatically be lane balanced, and it does not really matter which side we are prioritizing. This should be balanced just because half production is on the bottom side, half production on the top side. Alright. So then, where do I need to stand on the belt to get transported? I suppose just on the right belt, and we'll go straight down here. If I want to stand somewhere else, I have to make these belts go straight. I think I want to stand maybe on the third one. Maybe the second one. Yeah, the second one. How do I get splittered? Okay, I'll stand on this belt. Decided. Alright, scenic moment number 2, I suppose, of this 5-hour stream already. We're gonna stand on this belt. So I'm gonna prepare myself by standing on this underground, so I just need to go to the left. LDS in ELC, and that will completely finish up the low density structures thing. Doesn't seem like we're that far, but we are, because we already puzzled out all the other divisions as well, except for rocket fuel. So it should not be too hard. Alright, let's go. And we'll just travel along on the belt. We're in the warm-up phase. Yeah, we're gonna have some nice shots in there for to prepare for the ultimate rocket launching shot. Yeah, I think I just want to stay here. And it's gonna take a while to fill up all those belts, but that's okay. It does automatically distribute the correct amount of low density structures to the correct amount of assemblers from the get-go though, with this 1 to 7 splitter, because each of these give only access to like 7 belts of things. I noticed a problem. This is a 7-tile gap. Goodbye symmetry, I suppose. I was thinking why these are not inserting stuff. Right, I chose the proper moment because it's night again. It's fine though, it's not completely symmetric anyway. Or is it? It was right. I suppose I could use a blue underground to span it instead then. Just for the first one. Probably would help if I build this the correct orientation. Right, so this is now backed up. This is all backing up already. All of the belts slowly backing up. Oh wait, I have another copy of this, right? Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, SDB. Just as I realized the mistake here as well. Why do you need the loop before the underground? I don't know how to answer that question. Isn't it obvious we need to do this? This is the only way to get to the other side, is it not? I agree, I literally cannot think of a more practical way to cross this gap. Okay. I suppose we could give low density structures right of way then. Oh, no, 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 you don't. Stuff on wrong belts. Can be so dangerous. Okay, looks like low density structures does not get a right of way. I should. Oh, that is bad for my inventory. So like a whole stack of those things in there almost. Quickly, before there's no more space on the belts. We can go here. Yeah, low density structure stacking to 50 might be one of my favorite changes in Space Age. Okay, we just about managed to throw all of those in there. Right, everything is nicely backing up. The last ones are coming up right now. Nice. Almost looks like the same, right? Yeah, I mean, obsolete is right. I mean, there's everywhere stuff going on like this. Or like this. Or like, God forbid, this. Or, close your eyes if you're sensitive, this. And your question is about this? Where are your priorities, man? Right, the law from yesterday will definitely apply if I don't get a move on properly. I think this power line should connect. Probably like so. Alright, and then substation here. On the same horizontal, yeah we can. Alright. That's now connected as well. Good. I suppose this is like a remnant of whatever. I think Roboport networks and stuff. Let's pick that up. Alright. That's all of low density structures. Connected. Alright, then the next step is the blue chips. That should start up a bunch of stuff once blue chips is running. That is already connected to here as well. So I suppose we'll cut this off as well. Just in case, yeah, we want to see this go on the belts as we are here, not when we are not here. So for this we need to do blue chips and robot frames. We only need to do blue chips to make rocket control units, as well as of course connect these belts over here and stuff. Ooh, all those buses, man. Yeah, I have another stray power line over here. I know it's not a stray power line, it has a radar there, so that area is lit up. I probably should actually place one over here as well, just to have this area lit up all the time. We need the minimap for this. The minimap has the radar overlay. So if I hold a radar in my hand, you see a blue part on the minimap, and I can see if I just place a radar here, that will cover those 6 or so chunks that are not covered yet. So that is visible. Now there's only one chunk over there. There is no power here whatsoever. This one. Alright, we'll have one dark square which flickers in and out of existence in our base then. Just as a memory of the quantum biters which exist or not exist everywhere, who knows. Alright. Let's start up robot frames. That is already connected. We have green chips, engines. The only thing which we need to connect is oil, basically. Maybe oil and water. I think I did not put it in the blueprint. Yeah, this is like for blue chips, the belts. Okay, this is like 5 pumps of water. I think if I remember correctly, I designed this to just take 5 lazy pumps. I think the idea, oh wait, yeah, that's a problem. The idea was to just put 5 pipes of water below this one and call it a day. But then somebody built this entire thing here, so now we need to move this entire thing by 1 tile. No, we don't. What's going on with these power lines though? That seems to be a miscopy of something. Okay, so if I cannot do that, I can just move this up by 1, I suppose. And then have the other, then take this one for go down. I just add 1 on the top and add 4 to the bottom, like so. And that's my 5 pumps of water. We could check the entire water requirements for robot frames real quick. So this is the full thing. Here is robot frames. So we open robot frames in a new tab. And we're just not interested in any of this except for the water. We do need to make sure that it is on. Oh wait, no, we cannot, because we both use coal liquefaction and advanced oil processing. We use coal liquefaction for lubricant and basic oil processing for No, yeah, we use basic oil processing for... We use basic oil processing for batteries, but I don't know how this... Yeah, this counts everything like coal liquefaction. If everything is coal liquefaction, we do need like 4 pipes of water. Okay, then we need to split this out further. We need to split it out in lubricant. And we just ignore lubricant here. And then we set this to basic oil processing. Now we have basic oil processing. Set it to per second. 2100 water. And a little bit of water for steam. Okay, so that's 2200 water. Yeah, I think I should use 5 pipes then. Over this distance. The gimmick is, it is Factorio 1.0. We don't need these pumps to bridge long distances, and I want to use that fact. So yeah. We're gonna use that fact. We also need to connect oil. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of these. That means we need 1200 oil. Where am I gonna take it from? I could take it from here, which is the closest. Maybe I just take it from... Yeah, I'll take it from here, I suppose. Just have a single pump jack right next to the belt or something. This one maybe. 330 a second, that is good enough. And we need to connect that to oil. So we actually could bring that in here instead. That would work. Okay, we're gonna need a lot of pipes to do that. I think we don't have enough pipes. For the water thing at least. We do have enough pipes for the pump jack thing. I can handcraft one. We have some speed motors, right? Yeah, we do have some. Alright. And this is supposed to come out somewhere over here. We have 5 belts to cross. That means this. We need to put some pumps in there as well, because this... Do we? Maybe we don't. Thanks, Falties, for the Prime subscription. Thanks. You'll notice it eventually. But I'll notice eventually. Right. So what has been happening? Oh god, now I jumped in the wrong spider. Do I have the remote for that guy? I think I do. No. 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 How many are there? This one. Alright. Basically, figured out that we need to put oil here. We're gonna take it from here, just close by. And we need a couple pipes here, but we also need a couple pumps in here. Here we have power. Ish. So we'll hide that like so. So we need to count 17 pipes again. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then 11. I suppose this lines up nicely if we put a pump right here. So 17 is kind of a not really the magical value which you actually need at all times, but we happen to need 1200 oil per second. So that is why the pipe length is 17. In Factorio 1.1, 17 was the magic pipe length because offshore pumps pump 1200 water a second. So 17 was the maximum pipe length which could carry that 1700 water. But in terms for oil, that is really not very relevant. 14, 15, 16. Yeah, this is 90. That is unfortunate. Alright, so we'll just have to put a pump in there somewhere. Perhaps just here. First thing we could do is we could just pump another oil source. Have two adjacent pipes and not worry about pipe length. My hands have 17 fingers meanwhile. I got on myself two of those bionic arms attached so I could count better to 17 while playing Factorio. I think we're just gonna sneakily do that. And that means technically we don't need a pump. If I sneakily do this. We need no pumps at all. Okay, because now how this works, if this is connected to two different pipelines and pump jacks, the pipeline length limit starts counting where the pipes join, and this is definitely less than 17 pipes to the first refinery, and then the throughput drops to 1000 instead of 1200, so this should work just fine without any pumps. And as I'm kind of making a point of not using pumps, looks like this is going to come up here then, right? Alright, so we'll need another pump jack. Alright, and then we don't need any pump jacks. All we need is my spiders, because I think there are some extra pipes in there somewhere. Yeah, here we go. There's not enough pipes to make all the water. Now we have no pumps, because we can have arbitrarily long fluid pipelines for the final time ever, so let's use that fact. Alright, we'll have to wait a little bit for connecting the water though, because I need to go eat. I have a nice save game, I think, to watch in the meantime. Starting up robot frames. I'm not sure I will be able to find it this quick. We cannot search and save games just yet. Ah, here it is. Right. Some of you might remember this one. In the square there's 100,000 fish, minus these ones. We're going to have some natural diffusion or osmosis, or however it's called. We're gonna watch this for a bit during the break screen. I'll be gone for like 15 to 20 minutes probably. And then we'll finish up this thing. if the game actually loads. Maybe I'll restart Factorio after coming back to get rid of these weird loading times. Something is off. Actually, it's normal. I noticed this yesterday as well. After it is just exiting the game, which is taking a lot of time, not entering the game for some reason. Alright, fish break is taking some time to load. Right, I want some predictions in chat for what it will be like when we come back after 20 minutes or so. The question is going to be how many fish will still be in this square when we come back and how many fish will not be in this square. If you look now, the entire amount of fish, 100k in the mouse over. So currently there's 99k fish inside. How many fish are gonna be inside of our lake when we come back? That is the grand question. So enjoy this natural process in Factorio. I'll see you in a minute or 20 after the break. Alright. We'll wait 35 more seconds. Apparently there's a commercial break going on. Looks like an old save. Yeah, this is true. Let's step off of the opening. So basically there's one tile where the fish can swim out or back in. Some swim back in for some reason. This is before you could deconstruct landfill. So we had to be very careful how to place this. I actually don't remember how I managed to place all the fish inside. But I think you can place fish in the water extremely quickly. So maybe already a couple were outside, so I think some already did escape. And then I think what we did is we collected the fish which escaped again, put them back in here, and we did that a couple times until almost all of them were in here. Let's just watch the cursor not be able to decide which fish it wants to select. Okay, let's see. 124,608. That's definitely going to be incorrect. There's only 100,000 in here. 69k. Everybody votes for 69k and one for 42k. Looks like it's a high amount though. Let's check how many fish are still inside the cage. 87,000. That means roughly 13,000 have escaped. Let's do the test that there are still exactly 100,000 fish in there. 100k. Unselect one. 99k, yeah, alright. There's not too many fish which got out of there, I must say. I think last time a lot more escaped. I may have done this last time on like double game speed or whatever. When we still had a base, look at how the land is looking. Nothing has been built yet. In this save, 144 hours in. It is way more than 144 hours ago though. The solar field was not yet complete. We did have power lines already up, but not the panels just yet. Still under construction. Nuclear plant looked the same. $1K base was still researching the last level of mining productivity. I guess in this save then we should have the 50 hours of... Ah no, not quite yet. It's still a little bit off. But all of this is a perfect flat line with 1000 signs per minute. I hope to get this for the 10,000 signs per minute base as well. If I can get a line looking this nice for research over 10 or better 50 hours, but at 30 UPS, optimistically speaking, that's gonna take 100 hours of running the game. So maybe we'll satisfy for the 10-hour graph this time. 10 hour looks like so. And then we got this thing for the consumption because it is consumed in waves. Alright. I'm gonna restart Factorio real quick because quitting the game takes a long time. And loading saves takes a long time. So I guess we'll just stare at... Okay, thank you for not crashing, even though I'm going to restart. I should put something else on the screen then, so let's put the calculator on there so I can forget about the calculator again that it's on the screen as soon as I restart Factorio. It's not possible. Alright. Here we go. How long until the fireworks? If only I knew. I thought putting the belts down would take another 2 hours or so. We are already streaming for, I don't know, over 5 hours. 5 hours before the break or something. We are pretty far though with putting the belts down. We have decided on all the belts. Now we just need to do another couple bits and bobs, which I forgot about. Alright, yeah, we'll give ourselves some check marks shortly after. Oh, we're gonna need a lot of pipes, man. How many pipes is this? We're gonna need this many pipes. $360. That's 720. Then we need to go up here as well. We need to connect this. There's another. It's like 1200, like 1500, and then a little bit more. We need like. We don't have underground pipes in the base. We're out of underground pipes. We're not though, but then I cannot reconstruct the nuclear plant anymore. Alright, then there is no other option. We need to go back to switch on robot frames. That means we'll at least place down the belts first. For blue chips. One could ask if the blueprint method is actually save time, since now we need to delete all these blueprints. We're gonna do it once more though. Alright, I do not have a lot of belts. But this guy does. Zip. Right, there's actually not a lot of belts to place. Alright, and now we gotta figure out how to take the belts from this monstrosity. We actually already decided how to do it. This is going to have blue chips for satellites. That's only 6 output belts. Then 28 go to on the left 2 belts towards the rocket control unit. And the other 26 go on these 2 belts. So this is going to be easier. I suppose. Since here come out only 6 belts, we could do something. All of them are going to be on the left side of the belt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And again, we are again producing 0.07 belts of blue chips. The way we can easily calculate this is we have a full belt of green chips incoming, and we need 20 green chips for a blue chip. So that means we are going to output only 5% of a belt of blue chips, given that we are consuming a full belt of green chips. But then we have 40% productivity bonus, so instead of 5%, we output 7% of a blue belt. So 0.07 blue belts of chips. All of the chips are gonna lay on the left side of the belt. So technically, if those go in here, and we do something like this, just to set up the general idea. This is 6 belts, so that is for satellites. I did not keep space for the output belts, so I guess the other output belts are just gonna come out here and then just turn to the right, something like that. And the point is, since everything is on the left side, we should be able to balance this belt doing this. Okay, it should go in one column more to the right. We can balance then after going through. We don't need to do a proper lane balancer this time, because everything is on the same side of the belt. Everything is on the left side, so this would work. It would look nicer if the splitter is in line though. We could do this then. That is fine. Okay, that is satellites. And the other belts, 1, 2, 3, 4. A whole pot of space is exactly how I like it. The rest is gonna come in over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 28 belts go on this, and 26 go on this. Weirdly specific. So I suppose now we need something to mass copy paste again. So ideally I just do this, right, for all belts. And then I need 26 together on one. So maybe I do want to input this thing on every one of those, so all the blue chips come out on both sides of the belt equally. And then I can more easily join them without having to do the weird side loading, blah 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 stuff. How we struggled with low density structures with all this stuff. We don't need to do that if we just simply do this 60 times, because I guess not 60, 54 times. Super force replace is not a thing, but it does appear if I do it over here. I can just paste it in front, because these belts are not protruding further than is visible over there. Alright, this basically diminishes, so maybe I can really just do this as well, keep stuff a bit more visual. Alright, then we'll just make a blueprint of this, but delete this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Alright, we can make this stylable as well. And the beacons should overlap. Alright, and then I should be able to place that all the time, right? Yeah, okay, that works. So let me grab the spider. We'll leave the support spiders behind for now. I should just make sure I do have enough splitters and undergrounds to do this. So we're just going to do a walk by sort of a drive-by, but then a walking style. I should put on the bots though. Alright. There we go. Alright, very nice. It's working. Okay, oh, here we switch. I suppose we can just flip this. And then continue. Yeah, this is Factoria 1.1. Because we were too far along. I just the base to Factoria 2.0. Alright, that is nice. Then we need to join up 26 belts and 28 belts. First 26. I think we can just count underground belts. 6, that's 26. So here is the division. Where is that? It's over there. It needs to go in 2 belts. All the belts are already side loaded, so that means just we do 13 belts per belt. If that makes sense. Belts per belt is a cursed unit in Factorio. Applicable in different situations. You can use it to count the density of belt tapestry fields, but you can also use it to determine how many belts per belt you need to join on here. So do we just split or join everything? Or do I... yeah, I think I'll split or join everything. Alright, and that should be really easy to copy and paste without even... yeah, that should be easy to copy paste without even making a blueprint. I still have over 60 splitters, so this should work. Okay, I need to copy paste the last belt as well, or I need to place 60 of those individually. There's the halfway point. Ah, wait. Halfway point. I put it there for a reason, and I immediately forgot what the reason was. The reason is, obviously, we need to switch to the next belt. Okay, that doesn't make any sense, right? Let's just do this. We'll have a visual representation then as well. Okay, and then here is the split, so I suppose we'll do that. And we just need to do the same, but for 28 on the far side. So this should be 12 splitters and 1 belt. This is 1 belt and 12 splitters. Alright. That then can just continue forward then. Then we go on belt number 3. We also need a halfway marker over here. So here we have 28 belts, right? 28, so we need 14. So up until here. Alright. And then the last one. And that's all 60 belts connected. Nice. I mean, it's just connecting some output belts, but because the scale of things, man, if you need to do something 60 times individually, that's gonna take a long time. Holy moly, thanks Sakuhera the 14th for subscribing. Thanks a lot. Right. Then we just need to connect the front end, and then we can switch stuff on. You can switch on the massive blue chip build. Do I do this? Not a 4x4 splitter, but just these two belts. They should have equal things already. So it's not technically necessary, it just will start up a little bit weird because of the time difference in different lanes receiving resources. They got a lot of extra belts to travel down sometimes. I think it won't hurt to actually do this. Maybe we can do that right here before the corner. Okay, cursed corner confirmed. Yeah, that definitely looks weird. So we're gonna keep that. Alright, that is blue chips connected properly. Is it gonna start stuff if I switch it on? Blue chips are just gonna be coming in here. Two belts are still missing here, so it's gonna stop here. Speed modules needs to be switched on individually. So yeah, rocket control units are not gonna switch on automatically. Yellow signs is also not gonna switch on automatically. We stopped this over here, and we don't have robot frames. Just the satellite belt is going to have blue chips transported all the way back to the base. You would say we're going the wrong way if we are transporting stuff back to the base, and you would be right. But we are meeting up with low density structures here. Going down. And then we're meeting up with the rest of the belts. And from here on it's straight lines all the way down back to the base. And that's pretty far. I'm just gonna go all the way down just to illustrate just how far this is. That's pretty far. Okay, there we are. Alright, and blue chips will end up over here. That should work out. This belt is very long. But eventually they should get there. And even blue belts start to feel slow at these kind of scales. Alright, but then it's time to switch on blue chips. We're gonna make a save then. How do I switch this on? We do have lights in here, so I can switch this on at night. Oh wait, we first have to switch on something else. Because 4 belts are not receiving stuff here. So that means we gotta switch on this cursed splitteroo. Which is fine. Because I can just block it off a little bit higher then. We'll block it off right here. Which belts are gonna go up there then? The 4 leftmost ones. Alright, so that means I want to cut this open. And then we can switch on this cursed splitter over here. Alright. Start up blue. Yeah, the belt storage is exceeding normal chest storage at this point, I would say. That's why I would rather have a 50-hour graph than a 10-hour graph, just to make sure. We can do it visually by looking if belt buffers are depleting anywhere after the initial startup. Right, here we go. Let's hope this works. First comes the copper. Copper goes up. Iron ore goes through. And spider blocks the view of the splitter. Alright, that looks okay. Looks like it works. Nothing is blocked, nothing is mixed. That is good. 4 belts continue. So we're gonna have a slide preview. Oh, this one is already halfway on anyway. Like magic. Alright, and that will put all the iron ore in front. This is cut off right before the splitter. This is cut off right before the splitter. Okay, I have an idea how I can switch on everything at the same time. It is a little bit annoying, but I think it's worth it for this build specifically. I'm even going to order? No. I don't know. Interface. Lock belt building to straight line. No. Now we can do this. The old way of placing belts. Right, so now the ore is not flowing. I cannot switch on my robots though, but I can undo everything in one go from the map view. And that should lead to a nice symmetric startup of this truly monstrously large build. I'm just gonna walk over it in real time. Yeah, the wobbly movement is hard for doing it from Spidertron. Like tile precise placements are a little bit annoying. The mech armor is great for that though. The mech armor absolutely rocks. Alright. I suppose it's too far to hold the button to walk all the way over here. Just appreciate the giant bosses of ore. Alright, it was definitely worth it to switch off that option, to not have to do this 40 times. But I'm still used to it. Look, belt immunity equipment. If the belt is marked for deconstruction, it won't move you anymore either. Alright. Okay, that is everything set. Now we can, from the map view, switch on everything in one go. We can even leave the minimap on. Actually, I should zoom out even further, I feel. Alright. Yeah, map view is going off then. Something like that. This is gonna take a while. So we cancel deconstruction in one go. Why are there 9 power poles marked for deconstruction somewhere? Wait, what? Ah, yeah, wait. No. Maybe it helps a switch on this stuff. Ah, yeah, these. I forgot about that. Okay, so we need to not unmark those for deconstruction. Right, it is becoming light. Let's do it. Here we go. These blue belts, they feel slower than yellow belts, man. This is taking forever. I'm just sitting here with a big smile on my face, looking at the belts filling up. Okay, this is not a difference in compression here. I think it's just like visual. Because we're zoomed out so far. Right, ouch. There should be start to come out some stuff. Pretty soon. Oh wait, no, of course not. I forgot that blue chips don't require only green chips, right? There's another ingredient. Yeah, of course, it's the sulfuric acid, but that is started. We need red chips for blue chips as well. Right, so, but there is a lot of green on these belts now. So the green chips, at least those are full. I think this is already filled up with 100 copper as well. Alright, so this is not a visual glitch. It is actually... Yeah, it's taking longer for this to fill up and back up, I suppose. It's actually backing up right now. There's another satisfying moment, perhaps. Watching this all back up. How much of a power spike did that cause? Probably not too much. Now this is accumulator charging, I suppose. So yeah, not really that much. 16 gigawatts to 19, 3 gigawatts. Of course, the assemblers were not really working that much. Actually, the green chips were, but not for that long. This is all the sulfuric acid we need for all the blue chips. Just this little bit over here. 3 furnaces worth of iron and a bunch of sulfur. Alright, so we need to switch on these red chips as well. What do we need for that? It is this coal. That should make this plastic. We already have petroleum gas. this copper, which we just partially switched on, maybe that was why it was so backlogged. The iron goes over here. It joins up with more copper for green chips over here. No, that's not true. There is another belt coming in. Copper is coming in here for green chips. Green chips come in from the top. That goes into red chips together with the plastics, and I guess this is copper cable. And then come out red chips. Alright. So first then we switch on this thing. Alright. I guess then iron. That's gonna make green chips separately. That's gonna take a while. It's already becoming nighttime again. Can actually speed it up a little bit. This is not as epic of a moment. You can see the furnaces switch on though. That will be nice. Especially if you switch off alt mode for once. For those wondering about how this blue chip field compares to what you can do in Space Age, we yesterday raided Colonel Will, who is working on a 1 million plus signs per minute megabase in Space Age. Basically all these blue chips which you were looking at before, all of them, more than 4 belts of blue chips, Colonel Will needs exactly 4 machines for that. 4 legendary EM plants with legendary productivity, legendary beacons. 4 machines. I have 240. Maxed out in Factorio 1.1. It's insane. He said somebody mentioned that his mining productivity and ore drain were up to such a level that to deplete one piece of ore from a copper ore field, like to make the number go down by 1, which is remaining in the field, with all the productivity stacked on top of each other, could launch 27 rockets on one piece of copper from a copper ore field. It is that bad. It sounds incredible, but it is literally that bad. What's also bad is I forgot to connect copper and plastics in time. So maybe we can do that from the map view, from very far away. It is absolutely insane what you can do in Space Age. Mega bases. I mean, they're still mega, but the numbers kinda individual things are. There is no more. It's almost like there is no more. How is it called? Everything is a fluid, basically. The individual particles are so small that none of them individually matter anymore. Almost. And then you can make Spidertrons which can run at like 4 times the speed of this one. With the legendary gear and whatnot. Okay, I'm not gonna complain again about stuff being nerfed, which I don't like being nerfed. But it has something to do with personal laser defenses. Why did they have to go so hard on personal laser defenses when they added so much other super OP stuff to the game? Alright, that is the nice to finally see some color on these belts. These giant belt buses full of nice colors. If I saw it correctly though, the alright, so first of all, the nests have like 10 times the hit points right now with the with the end game evolution. If I'm at 99.9% evolution, the nests are maxed out, so they have like 10 times the hit points. They don't only have 10 times the hit points, but the laser damage got nerfed by a factor of 3 or more against nests or something like that. So that's already 30 times worse. And to top it all off, I believe the nests now... I'm not sure if the nests have laser resistance, but the behemoth worms have like 3000 hit points now and 80% laser resistance. So that is basically 15,000 effective hit points on those. They really wanted to nerf the laser defense really hard while keeping other OP combos as OP as they are, and even buffing artillery for some reason. If there is anything that did not need buffing, it's artillery. I mean, artillery is a lot of work to set up, but it's the easiest version once it is set up to keep an area clear of biters. And I don't know, it's a little bit weird. Underground at the bottom right is blocking red circuits. Okay, we'll have a look at that. It's straight underground, okay. Bottom right, we'll have a look at that. Oh yeah, I see. That is out of my range though. I guess we was scenic enough, I suppose. We have to check if blue chips are coming out everywhere anyway. Alright, but yeah, I didn't see that. Okay, so this is what we need for satellites. Actually, not quite exactly. This takes a little bit of time to backfill all these red chips. I'm filling like 10 lanes with it, and I'm not doing it balanced. So half goes in here, a quarter in here, an 8, a 16th, 32, 64, 128, 256. So basically this gets 1/512th of the red chips, and this one as well, until this backfills, and then we get more in here as well. So it takes a little bit of time before this gets the 1/10 of red chips it deserves. But it eventually does it. It made it to full production from a cold start while we designed the thing, with just all the blue chips disappearing. It does look like everything is working. Four blue chip, I guess electromagnetic plants, but 4 machines he had for the same amount of blue chips that I'm producing here. It's absolutely ridiculous. Right, so you can see that this belt is a lot less full than these belts. This one at the moment is still fuller. Actually don't remember how that is supposed to be. But yeah, 28, 26 and 28 outputs converging. Probably is not very different visually. Okay, nice. I'll zoom out to the max and hope the game doesn't crash. I will zoom out even maxer. Give me unlimited zoom. It's a little bit dangerous. Nice. It almost looks like just a bus of 4 belts now, if you look. It looks like 4 belts next to each other. Until you realize that every pixel here is a machine, basically. Alright, let's watch the light switch off and then we'll zoom into normal numbers again. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion yet about if I like the changes or not, like the maximum obtainable speeds and whatnot. I don't have enough experience yet with trying to build something big in Space Age. I only did my very first playthrough, the new player experience, and for the rest I didn't do anything yet. I definitely didn't try to build a mega base yet. I was already proved wrong in my assumption that it would be unfeasible to make enough legendary Mark III modules to module everything, because Colonal Will seemed to have that in his base. He seemed to have all legendary machinery, including all legendary modules. So it looks like it is feasible to get everything up to legendary quality. I initially thought that would not be possible, but it is. Alright, that brings us to the next step. You gotta fill up this pointy shape with some stuff to join up with the speed modules for the meanwhile banished rocket control units. I forgot how many assemblers this was, but it was a lot. 480 assemblers making rocket control units, no longer needed in Factorio 2.0. They are doing kind of cheesy things to get legendaries. Yeah, I've heard about the method of using like 1 legendary coal to get legendary low density structures, because on Vulcanus copper lava and stuff is a fluid, so it doesn't have quality, so you can basically transform that. There's probably more ways that I don't know about yet. But yeah. Okay, how do we switch this thing on? This is red chips for speed modules. It's probably the largest red chip build we have. Copper is ready to go, plastics is ready to go. So it's again a matter of getting the green chips first, so we switch on this first. I can zoom out a bit too much now. The problem is if your max zoom out is too far, you just constantly zoom out that far. So I have to set that back. It is still far, but it's better at least. Copper has a slightly longer way to go. I mean, I love cheese as well. I mean, did you watch any of my videos? I'm literally the person that found the infinite productivity exploit with the construction bots juggling. So I'm not going to complain about people using cheese. And it's how I made the warp modules for Warptorio. Alright, and once you get to like 300% productivity bonus, you can recycle with 1-to-1 efficiency. So then it basically becomes just a matter of time, right, to make legendaries, not a matter of resources anymore. Because you can produce a blue chip. Let's say a blue chip, you use 20. You can produce 4 blue chips out of ingredients for 1. And then you recycle those 4 blue chips again back into the ingredients for 1 blue chip. So you can keep repeating that cycle over and over and over again until you get legendaries out of it. It kind of makes sense then. So yeah, it doesn't cost you any resources anymore to make legendaries. That was my flaw, I suppose, in my assumption that it was not feasible. It is feasible because it doesn't cost you resources, it just costs you time, and you can decrease the amount of time it costs by just building more infrastructure. Build double the infrastructure and you get twice the legendaries per hour out of it. I wouldn't really call that cheesy, that's like fully intended. Looks like your bathroom scale also got some productivity bonus in displaying your numbers. Then. I think more people have this problem around the end of the year. Alright, that's a lot of green chips again. Let's go with the spider. Yeah, the 3D printer, yeah. Don't resist, you can go through the corner as well. How are you walking backwards on a full belt? Spider is doing the moonwalk, kinda scenic. Don't exactly know how that's working. So after some startup lag, this is also gonna be all kinds of... Okay, we're gonna get split like an ice sheet that breaks under you, or not exactly. Okay, looks like we're gonna go this way. I suppose it's the... wait, I'm again way too late. Oh yeah. Right. Red chips. Let's bring the copper in. Yeah, okay, I cannot keep it on screen. Or can I? I can. No, I cannot. It goes through the 5x7 splitter there. Something like this. Yeah, so you can do some really powerful things in Factoria. It just takes a very long time to get there, and the power spike you get at the end is massive, like compared to the progress in the early game. You really get a significant power boost at the very end, very quickly, I feel. But first you need to get there. I really like the design where I basically bring stuff in on the same horizontal line, like these green chips come in on the same horizontal as the plastics, and then found a way to still mix and match the belts. It looks very nice. It looks nicer than when the belts come in offset, I feel. Plastic is stuck. I don't see where. Red chips are coming out everywhere. On middle, this is there are no belts here. If you mean these middles. Plastic, 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 plastic. I need to get up and stretch and hydrate at the same time. So I'll do the hydrating while standing on one leg. Alright. Oh, that already switched on the speed modules. They're starting to come out right now, so I suppose we'll connect the blue chips. Okay, the very first speed modules are coming in right now. Nice, good timing. Alright. Here come the first rocket control units. 30 seconds crafting time. Without productivity bonuses or whatever. Yeah, so let's ride the belt while we do the stretching. It's a long belt as well. See how long it takes us to get to the end. No worries, Anfa. I'd rather have somebody mistakenly identify something that is wrong, which turns out to be right, than just something important and finding out way too late. Right, assembler stopped working because not all of the red chips had reached the speed modules yet, so we are behind on speed modules. This is why a cold start for such a large base is basically impossible. Let's say I put the blue chips and the speed modules like on roughly simultaneously here. Okay, but the blue chips belts were already full. The speed modules take some more time to get the red chips and green chips turned into speed modules. Let's say my speed module production is up to par, but my blue chip production is lacking. Even from a cold start, it will take a very long time for me to see that, because the blue chips have had time to reach the end of the belt, simply because either the supply line was shorter, the internal belt buffer was great or something, so stuff like that basically. It can still take quite a while from a cold start to notice any problems like that. And for small bases with like less than 100 belts in the system, it doesn't really matter that much, but here, yeah, it matters a lot. Okay, one belt of rocket control units already got blocked, so something is off, because the other two are still moving. First, I quickly want to take a map view look at speed modules, just to see if that's right. A big Christmas tree of red and green chips. Upside down Christmas trees coming in. We are honoring the belt weaving video, as some of you may like or not like. We've got the belt weave thing going on. Not with green belts though, because we don't have those, but we've got the other one. Alright, so let's figure out where the RCUs are backing up then. I guess... okay, that was easy. RCUs... how far are they going actually? Is that already completely connected? I think so, that's gonna go towards the base already. That's connected all the way down. Yeah, it's a little bit annoying, because now we've got a big head start on one belt. It doesn't matter though, because they're gonna get blocked at the base anyway, right? Yeah, so they're gonna be ending up over here. So we can watch this, whatever this is, we can watch that turn on as well. Soon we'll be here. We still need to design a train for the science, but at least we can get the rockets launching. I think the train designing... I shouldn't say this out loud. I think the train thing is not gonna last that long. At least while designing the train, I won't get sidetracked into looking at like beautiful shots of stuff turning on all the time. That should be a pretty straightforward process. Okay, so that's gonna go all the way to the base. Then we just need the robot frames for... We need the rocket fuel and we need the robot frames for... we need the robot frames for yellow signs. For that we need to go back to the base, so that's far. That means we're first gonna do the rocket fuel, since we've got the spiders somewhere not too far off. This guy's gonna follow us. I don't know from where they are coming, from somewhere up there. Hey, thanks Infernal Lord for subscribing to Amazon Prime. Oh, there they come. Oh wait, I'm still in slow mode. That's why they are catching up so fast. Somebody asked how we power all of this. Yeah, we meanwhile deconstructed the nuclear power plant. And we are running on solar at the moment. So we are still burning fuel cells just because we can. We have the production, but everything that takes UPS, apart from the couple nuclear plants, which basically are one heat pipe each, those have been deconstructed. So there is nothing here anymore. Just a waste of energy. Big waste of energy, actually. What is going on here? Why is the train not going? This should still be working, right? We are not producing fuel cells for some reason. Iron. Right, we don't have iron. Or we do have iron, but we are not requesting iron. Not this base, I'm getting confused. When the iron is right here, we could just mine it and smelt it. We literally need like almost nothing. For now though, we need to... Oh god, we cannot. Where is iron supposed to come? It is to make fuel cells. Are we requesting it? Okay, these are inserters, so those are supposed to take... Where's iron supposed... the iron is supposed to come from here. Are we out of iron then? Okay, we have no iron in here. Okay, that is why fuel cell production stopped. So looks like we'll have to switch that on. But I think, how many fuel cells do we still have in here? 11,000. Oh, that's only 1 hour. Only 1 hour of fueling. I suppose these have... Yeah, these have 200 fuel cells each. So we aren't in danger of running out really. It's 200 fuel cells times 500 reactors. There's 100,000 fuel cells in there still. Okay, so we are not in trouble. Here's rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is idle. I thought this would be a pain to build with the old fluid mechanics, but it was actually super easy, barely an inconvenience. And just to put a final FU to the new fluid system, even though I like the new fluid system now, we haven't used a single pump in this entire structure, even though the pipe is supposed to have like throughput limits. We haven't used a single pump anywhere in this entire 10,000 signs per minute rocket fuel build. Let's hope that works. Now we need to figure out how to bring the appropriate amount of rocket fuel to the satellite. That is supposed to go on a belt, on this belt. Let's make a save here. Why do you even keep the reactors? It was originally intended to wait, can I stop the reactors? Originally it was intended to keep production balanced with consumption, but looks like we are no longer producing. We have construction bots in here. That sucks. I was gonna mark them for deconstruction and then they would stop consuming fuel, supposedly. But we have construction bots in the network. Okay, that means, yeah, we're just gonna let that go. It's okay. Once we're at the base, we'll set up some iron smelting then real quick. Alright, so what do we have here? We have, if I remember correct, 8 copies of the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 copies. And we need to look here. Rocket frames is done. We need to find rocket fuel now. That's over here. Almost nothing needs to go to the satellite. We have 480 assemblers. I remember this. We have 480 assemblers working at full speed. Wait a minute. Do we? I tested this. This was producing way more rocket fuel than we needed. I think it's... No, it's not 480. I'm misremembering. 38. And then here's a bunch more. 32. Wait, what? I'm starting to be a bit confused now. 70 assemblers in here. How many assemblers are in there in total then? 560. 560, alright. Yeah, 70 times 80. Okay, so we have more. We have way more than 473. We have way more than 506. That's what I was trying to say. So 560 assemblers. I think we have like 3 belts of output. Dang it, I really forgot exactly what I was doing. Alright, I guess we'll just put it... We have 8 different things. We'll put it on 4 belts. I think, unlike all the other things in the factory, what I'm just gonna do, because we need so little... yeah, okay, on the right screen. I need so little rocket fuel to the satellite. I'm just gonna priority output to the satellite and call it a day. Okay, so this is all on one side of the belt. So we can even just sideload that. Okay, looks like this belt is gonna come from up here as well then. We're just gonna bring everything up here. And then priority output the satellite. Since we are beginning from a backed up state, That should lead to no startup lag at all. That is the advantage of starting from a backed up state. Okay, so the satellite belt should be on the right side. Where is the center? This is 1, 2. Looks like we did it mirrored here. So this is the center row. It's not really fitting centrally. Is it possible to make a 4x4 splitter? Without it, can I rip it apart a little bit? That is the idea. I think I will just do like almost central. What am I doing? That's correct, right? I'm going crazy. Oh yeah, that's good then. Where then the question is just where do we want to go up? Maybe we'll just go up from. We can go like through these iron patches in the middle, through a lot of forest, looks like. And then just turn left at the stone patch. I think that's what we'll do. We'll go straight through the middle of these iron patches. This looks the most middle-ish, I suppose. Or does it? Yeah, that's okay. So I have to go up around here then. And that is fine. We'll have the 4x4 splitter thing. I'll just output priority the right side. So that means output priority here on right. This one goes on right. And what else goes in there? This one. Is that correct? No, this goes here, then goes here. That should prioritize right from any lane. Yeah, I think that's fine. Alright, now we simply meet up the belts. Oh, not like that. Should be careful because it's rocket fuel. So I cannot really afford to do a lot of belt rerouting. Because my inventory will fill up in an instant. Okay, that's belt 1. Belt 2. Belt 2 can just simply meet up here. And then belt 3 and 4 will come in like so. So if this goes like so, it's in the way of that belt. If it goes like so, it's not in the way. So I guess we'll do this. And then we'll put this one on one lower. Yeah, that's not great, but I guess that's the way it is now. I'm not gonna pick up rocket fuel because it stacks to only 10. So that's gonna go through there. Okay, first line to for it to exit through is right. Right, now both of those get prioritized. I think I should just disable those. Yeah, now these three get an equal amount and this gets filled up. You missed a belt behind the substation. Oh. Which substation though? So probably already, I didn't look in time. Belt missing. Ah. Right under my nose, literally. Right, only 4 stacks of rocket fuel in the inventory, so that's okay. Now we just blow this belt upwards. Yeah. There's already... No, it's not. We can select new contents for the blueprint instead of constantly making new ones. Okay, I have only 900 belts on me, so let's grab some more. We need a little bit of space for wood. A line of belts go through 2 ball-shaped... I'm not gonna read the rest of that out loud. Alright, Spider is way too fast for this. Let's go, blow our way through anything that stands in our way. I think the bots need a recharge. The poor things. Alright, that was not too bad. That did cost me most of my battery though. Where are we? Okay, we're almost at the turn. We have 4 belts incoming. 3 are gonna turn here. Okay. And then the fourth belt, I suppose, we'll try just to meet up under here. The fourth one goes to satellites specifically. Okay, that lines up. A sneaky line of rocket fuel invisible through the forest here. For the time being. I think these trees are gonna look a lot less happy after we switch everything on. They're gonna look more similar to trees like this after we're done with them. Now they still look like this. Okay, let's just go in one shot from sad trees to happy trees. Sad trees. Happy trees. But not for long anymore. Right, we still need to connect this thing. Of course, I'm exactly out of belt right at the moment. Alright, so that's rocket fuel. Connected to the base actually, except for this lone belt down here. But all rocket fuel probably should be working now. It's still backed up in some places, looks like. I think we also need to light that up with radars. Okay, just to check, this belt was on the right side, right? Yeah, it was right here. So this needs to go, this needs to go. And here comes the rocket fuel. So now we just draw this belt down. We can do that without blueprint. Rocket fuel crossing rocket fuel. Oh wait, we can maybe do that. It's gonna take way too long to go live with the rocket fuel to the base like so. Okay, we will not. Poor bots. Okay, my armor is empty. Let's stop this. We'll bring in the spiders again. I can just place it myself. Why not hand build some belts? Wait, what? This tree is not in the way for this belt? I thought I missed a belt here. No way. Yes, way. Alright. Alright, that tree is gonna be a special one. That is the real tree. The protector of our rocket fuel. Spiders, hurry up already. Oh, they're still up there. I think we can just walk back to the base. The spiders will overtake us eventually. Yeah, some trees are blocking things from 4 tiles away. Others just tried. This thing grows on top of the blue chip belt, man. It is touching the blue chip belt and it still can pass the rocket fuel on the same belt here. It's really weird. Yeah, we'll add a map tag for the tree. This one is actually powered. Alright. Alright, we are still missing blue chips. Or is this still flowing then? It is still flowing. Is this connected? It should be connected. There's quite a long way around. It's going through the low density structure build. Just to meet up with its friend, the low density structure belt over there. Alright. There are so many blue chips on this belt. Chests and chests of blue chips just on a single belt here. Okay, it is coming down actually. It was not yet where I was. But now it is. Alright. And this is going to be rocket fuel. And this is going to be rocket fuel. Right? Oh yeah, there it is. And there it is. Alright. Do you know what that means? I know what that means. I very well know what that means. I mean, Robot Frames is not yet up and running. But we don't need it to be. For what we're about to do. I'm confused. Okay, never mind. I'm not confused. I mean, I save one tree in this literal field of millions of trees. Is that enough for a good deed? I don't really think so. Okay, we caught up at the front. We'll just travel the rest of the way on these belts. And then I can pour myself another cup of coffee or something. Oh, that's probably gonna be already not very well. So, oh, that's still a long way to go. Look how slow I'm moving on the map. There's a blue belt. Where is the tree before we lose it? It is here. We can simply... no, we cannot because it's not Factorio 2.0. So we cannot select the tree mark. Trees grow on ground. No, that's dumb. We'll just spell it out on the map. That's probably gonna overlap really bad. Ah no, that's fine actually. There you go. Tree. Alright, the text doesn't scale, but these symbols do scale. Okay, that's interesting. I never actually paid attention to that, but that could be a good use for like marking stuff on the map in videos and whatnot. Alright, let's go ahead to the base. Okay, finally we did it. We don't have a little... I could have died there. I just crossed the train tracks without looking. No, actually the base is out of iron, so the train is not riding anyway. How many items fit on all your belts? We are done placing belts. I think we are done placing belts. The only belt that maybe needs to be reconfigured a little bit is... No, robot frames is already belted up as well. Okay, I picked up all the splitter inserters, I suppose, or the filter inserters at the low density structures. I think all the belts are placed. Even robot frames belt is placed, except for one. So we can answer the question of how many items fit on all my belts. That requires a save though. I'm gonna do something dumb again. That's why I need to save. There is no belts in here. There is no belts in there. Can avoid the nuclear plant though. This is on this line. We are not entirely done placing belts, but we are almost entirely done placing belts. We need to make the train station loading things. We have 476,000 belts built in the base, as well as 25,000 undergrounds of varying lengths. Let's just say 500,000 belts. That means every belt holds 8 items. That is 4 million items stored in belts. With an average stack size of things of stacking up to 50. That is 800,000 stacks. Chests having 50 slots about. 80,000. That's 160,000 steel chests worth of supplies. Just present on all the belts on the base. 160,000 steel chests. We gotta put that somewhere on the map. Worth of things on 5. That does not sound right though. I think I'm off by a factor of 10 probably. 500,000 bells, 160,000 chests is probably 16,000 then. Pluisje already agrees. Yeah, I think so. That does not sound right. We are not doing like belt weaving. We don't have stacked items on belts. So I must have been off by a factor of 10. We'll just put it in the big list of information which we'll probably never read again. Alright. Game, hurry up. Okay, game, hurry up. Still 120 UPS. How much? Game, hurry up. Game, hurry up, still a lot. Alright, but what it means is we've got all the rocket ingredients because the... I'll wait until the rocket fuel is here. $16,000. Okay, yeah, good. Thanks for verifying. But still, just to visualize that, if we switch on the map view or the chunk view, 16,000 chests is basically an area filled, this area filled with steel chests, this entire area filled with steel chests is now present on belts, right? 1024 tiles per chunk, 16,000 tiles, so that's 4x4. To compare, my current entire starter base and all the inventory will build up, hundreds of thousands of things, is currently sitting in this bottom half of chests. So there's like what, 1,000 chests, let's say. That's like 16 times more than is sitting in these chests over here, is sitting around on belts, and we literally have hundreds of thousands of items on here. Like 500,000 wood, 400,000 solar panels, 300,000 accumulators, and uranium. Okay, uranium's actually over here, so that doesn't count. But yeah, in general, a lot. Let's summarize it as a lot. Right. So, while we are technically not ready to switch on the entire base yet, since we haven't done the train part, we are ready to launch our first rockets, basically, and we're gonna do it as well. Let me think about how I'm going to do it. I think I have to make a save here. We'll just jump to save 420. Because premature rocket launches. That's why we jump ahead to save 420. Skip over a bunch. Because we are skipping over a bunch of stuff now. What do we need then? I basically want, yeah, we're just gonna roll in the base on the belts. So we got a stand on here. Then all the stuff goes everywhere where it needs to go. Including satellite stuff. I think I will first let this progress naturally and just see how it goes with the rocket launches. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but because all the rocket silos are the slowest speed, 0.4. That's why we need so many. If we would beacon the rocket silos, you could do 10,000 signs per minute with way less rockets, but come on. What is more epic, like 4 super beaconed rocket silos or this? I would go with this option every single time. Right, so this can connect as well. We get rid of this. Get rid of this. I need to go to the base. We are done placing belts, so I should also cancel these guys' logistics requests. I can give it back to the base. This guy has all kind of other stuff in there. Alright, that will get automatically trashed. The thing is, before I do this, I need to put logistics bots in there, or it will not work. Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, I was thinking I would need to build a separate base as well to build all the infrastructure for 10,000 signs per minute. But it turns out it's not as bad. Should I just make a... I could make a blueprint of everything in the end. That would be the most unwieldy blueprint you could possibly have. How would you use that in a game? You wouldn't. No, that doesn't make sense. Alright, let's set the request, let's delete that. On all 4 of those. I'm gonna need like 2000 pipes, underground pipes. I will set that up here. We will set up iron mining for fuel cells, and we will set up a quick batch of underground pipe production, which we cannot do either because we don't have iron. Right, so we definitely need some iron then. This is not Space Age, this is Factorio 1.1. Final stages of a long-term game which has grown too large to update. Right, we have a Roboport network here, so what am I doing? Placing burner miners, apparently. No, not placing burner miners. Some hotbar should have some... yeah, okay. Something free. We're gonna use like speed modeled miners for this. We can use a full belt of ore. I can just use my my pre-built stuff. We'll place it a little bit on here. Then we have blueprints. What am I doing here? We should just use some blueprints. Add 2 furnace lines. That is 2 furnace lines for iron. Sure, that can be right here. Who cares? Actually, this may be permanent, so maybe I should think about it a little bit. Let's line up the beacons then. Maybe like so. Oh yeah, these are clocked though. Which means they're not gonna work without the clock. I should not be standing on the rails there. Okay, we can copy a clock. This is iron, so that's okay. So this is the clock. And then iron is just gonna come in over here. And we need to connect power. So. And maybe we need to connect the clock as well. That probably would help a bit. Do I have green cables somewhere? We need to craft green cables. Alright, so now these should switch on. Okay, they're not switching on. I mean, yeah. I wonder why they are not switching on. Wait, what? What did I just hook up here? Let's do that again. Okay. Finally, green lights on the inserters. This is cursed, right? Beacons against beacons, that should not be. Come on. Alright, here we are, mining full belts of ore. We're gonna be smelting belts of iron. I suppose we'll just put it in some like passive providers here. So this belt can go entirely in passive providers. And then this belt will make some pipes and underground pipes. Both of which we are lacking in the base. Alright, there we go. And I want most of that to go towards underground pipes for now. Something like so then. Alright, so we have taken care of our underground pipe problem. We need 2000 of the things, so we'll just fill the chests up. Actually, wait, pipe stack to 4000. But underground's to 2000. Yeah, so we'll keep some space in the chest, but in general that is okay. Now we are making fuel cells. Okay, the train already left, so we are making fuel cells again. Right? Oh, but... Alright. I also forgot, of course, I'm not making sulfuric acid anymore. That is a problem for later, though. I don't think we're in danger of running out any type of uranium anytime soon. Actually, no, this is only enough. We are enriching it, though. So we have like... Yeah, we have plenty. We are enriching it for the fuel cells here. And we have roughly... Here we have more than 20 times as much uranium-238 compared to 235, so we won't run out of uranium anytime soon. We also get back some from the fuel cells, so yeah, this has no priority. But at least we are bringing fuel cells again out here. And looks like we still have a small stash awaiting here. There is 5000 fuel cells in these chests combined still. And then again, another 100,000 on the reactors themselves. So that is nice. Okay, that is fine. Okay, so we took care of the pipes problem and we took care of the fuel cell problem. Now it is time to start launching some rockets to prepare for that. First of all, I need 10,000 logistics bots to run this thing. It needs 10,000 logistics bots to run at full speed, including the science. So we probably need a little bit less to start with, but we're just gonna plop them down in there anyway. We're gonna save here because we did some work which we want to keep. Don't ask questions. Why are we still making fuel cells? Don't ask questions. We have nuclear reactors to feed. Look at these hungry things. They just want to keep eating the fuel cells. I mean, at least 80% of these things have been eating fuel cells for 50 hours without reason. They were never connected to an actual nuclear plant yet. Okay, that at least gives us a little bit of vision. Yeah, I just placed like one line of miners on there. I mean, okay, the resources are set to a lot of very rich, but still there's like millions of ore under these miners, and it is very close to my starter area. If we look out here, the patches are just gonna be like way bigger. How much uranium? Let's just look how much uranium we have mined over the entire game. 12 million. 12 million has been produced. That is nothing in relation to like iron. That's like 500 million. Copper. 500 million as well, about. Cool. 67 million. And 150 million stone. Most of that for landfill, I imagine. Not really, but a lot of it for landfill. Right. I have to switch this off then. I did save, so we can go back to this save in case I have messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be nice. If I could carry it in 2 trips. Or everything can go in, that's fine as well. Then I need some stuff I just put away. We're gonna need logistics bots. 2,000 of them. Times 5. Hopefully the bots know better what is kept in which chest than I do, because I have no clue. Is that already all? Ah no, they're just recharging. Okay, I do have enough bots, fortunately. Reset the requests. 5k bots. So I'll probably just divide them equally over the 4 corners if I can. Alright. Okay, that's 5,000 bots in there. We'll just do the game speed up thing. I think we'll be... I'm not sure yet if this is going to be... If I want to switch this on already before science, so... But I kind of think that science... doing science is gonna be... out of the realm of today's stream. We are going to need another grandest finale, I suppose. Given how long just connecting the bells was supposed to be the short part of the stream, and doing the train was supposed to be the long part of the stream, and look at us now. Oh wait, that's too much. Yeah, look at us now. I have a severe problem in estimating how much time it takes me to do stuff. This is also true in real life. Not only in Factorio. I mean, this is... Everybody does this with hand feeding. Come on. No? Let's grab back our stuff. Not sure what's exactly there, but let's do this. Alright, we are missing bells, so I have bells. I probably need a couple more to switch on that massive array in the back. How can you calculate how many bots you need? You go in editor mode, switch it on, and just look at how many bots is enough. In this case, I had a sort of working version of this in a different save from 4 years ago. So I just looked over there how many bots I used, and it was 10k. But that is mostly just a matter of testing it. Alright. So let's... Yeah, we'll connect these bells. There's no reason to not have those connected. Satellites as well. For this, for the first iteration, we are going to do satellites simultaneously. Have you played Space Age? Yes, I've got my entire new player experience in streams on my channel. You can click the live section on my channel and you will find them. This is my true very first gameplay of Space Age is on there. I just stand on the rails because only in my playthroughs that is safe. I only have rails where no trains are running. Alright, let's... I suppose it is time then. Oh. Alright. Virgin test flight of this rocket array. It's going to take a while. So this is going to produce 10,000 signs per minute, and we've got roughly 100 silos. So those produce batches of 100,000 space signs. And that means it's going to take roughly 10 minutes to produce the rockets. And then we should get a true cacophony of rocket launches going all over the place simultaneously, roughly simultaneously, deliberately, not in perfect unison, because I think it looks way cooler if it's a little bit off. So we'll do this, we'll do this, watch it go through the cursed splitter. And then we'll join the front end of the belts. Make the celebratory entrance into the base, together with all the materials. And indeed, it is time to push the button. The silos fire when ready. They should all be ready at roughly the same time. I think the logistics bots, they distribute chests in sequence. So as long as they can pick up enough stuff, it should be roughly equal everywhere. Labs only research at night? No. Alright, here we go. Into the base. Satellites are gonna fire up first. And the bots are gonna go mayhem. Okay, the rocket fuel powered burner inserters are working to put the satellites into the logistics chest. That is why I needed the overproduction of rocket fuel to feed my burner inserters. So now we're just going to be filling up all of these chests, I suppose. Rocket silos are doing stuff. 2%, 3%, this is the speed at which they are working. Good news is we're still running at 60 UPS, even though a significant portion of the base should be switching on right about now. The space science part of the base at least. Suddenly we're up, holy moly, suddenly we're up to 31 gigawatts of power. We have 74 available and I only connected space science. Oh god. That is not very promising. Although 16 gigawatts is idle power from the beacons, so actually we just gained 16 gigawatts on top of the 16 idle. Okay, that's a lot better. That is sounding a lot better. Alright, so how does this work? So basically we've got the inputs coming in here. So these belts are not full, it's divided over 4 belts each. But of course we only produce like slightly under 3 belts per item type. So until everything is backed up and all of these chests have fully filled up, that is going to be with gaps in the belts. Bots are grabbing from all the chests. If they can, they grab 4 parts in a flight, which is true for every time they grab from this chest, I suppose. But not for every time they grab from this chest. Or this one sometimes gets an item in there as well. So sometimes the bots will bring 1 item. The bots will divide over all the requester chests equally, but equally in terms of numbers of time they fly to a chest. So it kind of matters that they don't pick up exactly the same amount of stuff all the time. So realistically what I want to do for the actual game, when science is gonna come in as well, is first fill up the chests and then just we'll sprinkle the bots in by hand. Just throw them around in the base. From the cursor you can add bots to the logistics network by just clicking with bots on the screen near the player character. And then they are gonna fill up everything roughly equally from that point on. Not completely, but we don't want complete equality, we want rough equality. Right, then there is nothing else to do for me but to stand here. We can switch off the minimap. So we can zoom in a little bit more. Eventually, at least. The left side of the screen is not important at the moment. Okay, I suppose we'll have it like so. We do want the rocket silos to be... Yeah, we do want that full visible. Okay, let's settle on this view. For now. When the rockets start going, we can zoom in. 3 ticks and move. Move like so, I suppose. Okay, zoom in 3 ticks and move like so. And for now we're gonna stand here. Zoom out 3 ticks. We're gonna keep okay, 40. The rockets are already almost halfway ready. 40 rocket parts, 42, 40, 42. Okay, this is looking good. 42, 42, 43. Okay, they are roughly synced up, but not exactly. That is awesome. The more desynchronized they are, the less of them are gonna launch at the same time, but the more of them are gonna launch simultaneously. Wait, what? The longer the symphony lasts. We're gonna do 2 launches. We can do 1 launch from this view, I suppose. And then the next launch from a close-up view. Alright, 54. I suppose we can try to speed it up. Get 70 UPS. That is not really significant enough to warrant cheating. Okay, we are at 56 parts. Let's just look at the builds that are active at the moment. So we got rocket fuel going full speed now, I suppose. This should no longer be backed up. Nothing is backed up indeed. Everything is free flowing. You should definitely radar this up. The satellite belt is backed up. That is good. It means all of the rest goes on the other 3 belts, but it is not blocked in any way. So everything is producing and everything is free flowing. And we are producing rocket fuel. It's like about 8.5k a minute. It was more than we needed. We needed way less than 8.5k. Low density structures should be on half, I suppose, and a specific half as well. So this side is all firing up, and this side is all idle. That goes to science. So this is all backed up, but this is all flowing, which goes to this side. And again, we got 3 belts and a little bit for the satellites. The satellites are backing up again. Here we get this part where the inserters preference to draw off one side of the belt. So the inserters are drawing off what is here the top side of the belt. So this one has backed up at the bottom. It is fine because this is half a belt anyway. But this is a common reason why mega bases are not working. Because you do have the production, you do have the belts put in place, but sometimes the inserters will mess you up in this way. 75 parts, we still have some time. So basically what happens is you count on half a belt being drawn empty, and you add in another belt, but that other belt cannot go on the belt because the inserters are drawing from the other side of the belt, and that can create situations where you have the production but the belt, the stuff is not flowing right on the belts because of the inserters drawing stuff unequally off both sides of the belt, which can be an issue. Okay, here as well we have a very specific half of blue chips which is switched on. This is working for the satellites, these 6. And then everything for science is not working. And then at the end, these are working again. This is for the rocket control units. So pretty weirdly specific setups we've got going. We also have... This should be running fully. We got radars down-tuned to the amount we actually produce. And we've got all of the solar panels and accumulators. They are working. And everything is backed up until the end. More curse splitters. Alright, we should be almost there. 92 parts. I think it is time. I think it is game effects. We'll tune it up to the maximum for this. Should we? Maybe not. It's already pretty loud rocket launches in general, so let's not do that. No music. We're gonna listen to the silos. No wind, no music. We're gonna go zoomed in for the first one. Alright, get your ears ready. 98 out of 100 parts. Here we go. Holy moly. That was even better than I thought it would be. That was awesome. Also cool that it happened at night. Wow. That was definitely worth the 300 hours it took us to get here. Look at all the bots going crazy. Filling up the... they're moving around 100,000 science packs at the moment. Holy moly. Thanks Meme for the Prime subscriptions. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody as well. This is my personal fireworks for the new year. That was awesome. I should have saved, man. I should have saved right before we could have watched it again. Production graph time. Okay, let's go. Reset all. We just produced our very first science pack in not quite 50 hours, but a long time. That is like 98,000 science packs. Not quite 100,000 because we got 98 rocket silos, not 100 of them. Because this is what we need to get the science per minute. At least that is what we think we need to get the required science per minute. It remains to be seen over a long period if it's actually what we need. I hope so, because everything is tailored to supply 98 rocket silos at full speed, I suppose. I cannot start research because I only have space science. I don't have the other science packs hooked up yet to the base. If we look at the labs here, they only have space science inside. The other ones are still empty. But that was exactly how I hoped it would be. Even better. Like, the screen was just absolutely filled with rockets for quite a while. All over. Yeah, launching rockets like this is way better than just launching them all in unison, in my opinion. This was wild. This was absolutely wild. All right, maybe I'll do one synchro launch at the end, just to at the end of this. We'll do one more of those all over the place things. We're gonna zoom out for this one a bit. I'm gonna save this time before. We're gonna watch them fly up over the starter base, I suppose. I've seen this many silos, but only in a space age game. Yes. That was kind of what I was fearing when I did not manage to finish this playthrough before Space Age release, is that it would become common sight to see as many rocket silos as this. Because the animation is kind of the same compared to vanilla, so it kind of loses its specialness to have 100 rocket silos going roughly simultaneously. With Space Age being a thing now. Evacuation of a planet, yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, something clever. My first 1000 signs per minute base failed exactly for that reason as well. The near side not taking into account the inserted priority for belts and stuff. And now I guess everybody who didn't buy Space Age is probably upgraded to Vanilla 2.0 because, I mean, the quality of life features added to the game are probably worth any downsides you might think Factorio 2.0 has over Factorio 1.1. Like, if you don't like the changes to the food mechanics, still all the other stuff, like the changes to the roboports and whatnot, probably still make it worth it to upgrade to 2.0. Okay, we're at 60 parts again. I'm gonna make a couple of saves, so I have a save at least close by in case I F this up. I guess we can do the no, we cannot do the blueprint because we cannot select ghost buildings. I do not want to actually disable stuff just yet. To do the synchronous launch, just to show you that it's really not as epic as what's going on here. Although I guess all the rocket silos are slightly offset from each other, so they won't go up in straight lines. Everything is like one tile offset in horizontal or vertical directions. So it's not a massive rectangle of rocket silos. Alright, we may get lucky and have another launch in the night. We still need like 2.5 minutes, I suppose. How long do nights last again in Factorio? Days are 25,000 ticks. Let's say 24,000. With 60 ticks per second. 6,000 ticks, 100 seconds. 400 seconds. Ish. Yeah, I think it's gonna be turning day again during the launch sequence. Yeah, UPS is actually good. If I zoom in, We get 75, 80 UPS. $83. Alright, let's wait on saving. Yeah, the rockets should launch slightly more often than once every 10 minutes, I believe. I calculated it once, but that is a long time ago. You need to take into account the animation time of the doors opening and closing. Okay, let's override this one. Now we're pretty close to launch time, so you can watch this a couple times. Boldly standing on the rails because, well, there are no trains. Yet. Right, 94. Yeah, looks like it's turning day again. Okay, we'll save here. So I'll do one from this viewpoint, just to see the rockets actually fly up this time. Here we go again. This is just awesome. I should do it like a 12-hour stream once the base is up. Just 12 hours of this, standing here. With the labs researching and the trains coming in, it's gonna be epic. Yeah, Snake, it would be great to have a clip of the first launch. If you can bother to make it. Can you still get in a car and ride the rocket, or did they fix that? That was actually an Easter egg. That was not an unintentional bug. Look at the bots here. They're not even having space science or like the other science packs in there just yet. And they're already so busy with bringing the science packs to the buffer chests here. I cannot even see my mouse cursor. Hey, thanks SDB. Thanks for the gift subscriptions again. 325. Keeping the numbers nice. Alright, we're not finished yet, guys. The playthrough is not yet finished. I still need to do the science. This is not the finalist finale. This is the finaler finale only. Thanks Suicidal Sheep and Valorant as well for the gifted subs. Okay, looks like you cannot... Thanks for making the clip, but it looks like the clip is not allowed to be pasted. Actually it is. Alright, we can watch this. yeah, I see the link. Martinus also tried to put a link. I'll try to paste that. This is what Martinus posted. We'll first watch the clip together. We have time. We can go into. I need to zoom out a bit in the game. Where's the game? Game's here. Okay, just to get rid of the sounds. 32 rocket parts. We'll just let it continue. Hopefully it will launch in the night again. We can switch over to the game. To the browser. Okay, so now we're looking at the browser. This should be disappearing. Right? And we'll play the clip of the first launch. For those who missed it. The very first launch of the 10,000 signs per minute base. In the night. Oh, I'm just sitting here with a big smile on my face. Holy moly. Holy moly. Yeah, looks like I like to say holy moly. Okay, that was even better than I thought it would be. That was awesome. Mike talk. Also cool that it happened at night. I agree, past Mike. Wow. Yeah, that was cool. Okay, we're again at night. How far are we? 49 parts, alright, we're not very far. Now clip that. We get an infinite clipping loop. Mike, we get those reaction videos going on. Michael Hendricks reacting to Michael Hendricks, reacting to Michael Hendricks, reacting to Michael Hendricks, reacting to Michael Hendricks. Very first launch of the 10,000 signs per minute base. This looks kind of epic as well so far, zoomed out, doesn't it? With the lights. Yeah, lights really make the game. We can beautify the base further once the base is up and running to just test it all out. Mikeception, yeah. Just realized that rockets throw shadow even at night, literally unplayable. Oh god, I want to forget that. I actively try to forget that, which is the worst way to try to forget something. Wait a second, I need to... Alright. If Hofstetter gets to be recursive, so can you. Well, looks like Hofstetter indeed is recursive. Because yesterday we would need only one more stream to finish the game, and today we still need only one more stream to finish the game. So, yeah. This is going to be also an infinite reoccurring situation here. Alright, let's see if can I get it done? Where's the spider? I cannot walk in straight lines here. I need a spider. We need also the other spider to not follow. Should have 4 minutes, it should be enough. First we make a blueprint of only the rocket silos. We can adjust that blueprint later, but for now it's important that we switch off all the auto launches. So we'll do one synchronous launch just to compare how it looks. And now we can walk over the silos. So not auto launch with cargo. Now we have to very systematically go over all the rocket silos in order. We'll still get the rockets preparing out of sync, but we'll get the rocket launches in sync. Yeah, 77 parts, I think I can do it. Out of here again. Just go line by line because I will lose which one I did and which I didn't. $81 parts, yeah, we're gonna be in time. Okay, I think I didn't miss a single one. Probably I missed a single one and we get one premature launch, just like in those movies where one archer always shoots prematurely, even though the king says hold your fire. Okay, now we blueprint only the rocket silos. Put it on the bar. And once we do this, all the rockets will launch simultaneously. So I won't click just yet. You can watch all the rockets prepare simultaneously. Okay, we are at 92 parts. Blueprint this one too. We'll just throw it in the inventory. We're about ready. Close your ears, or at least lower the sound if you have sound aware conditions around. It's gonna be loud. I got my headphone volume set to the max as well. Not gonna lie. I love the sound. Alright. Silence. We're gonna wait. Are we gonna wait for nightfall to launch? I think we are. It will look very bad in the daytime, asynchronous launch. Not very bad, but it will look not very epic. I think it's turning night already. Meanwhile, we can alter the other blueprint, and I can save those. This is synchro launch. So I'll just put that in here for now. And this is... Wait, no. Yeah, no, this is... No, it is not synchronous launch. It is... Don't auto launch. Asynchronous launch can only be achieved by filling it up unevenly, but at least I can switch off the not auto launching, and this one is the do auto launch blueprint. Do auto launch. But if everything is alright, it should be very hard for us to get to desynchronize the launches again, since theoretically we have enough production of everything. We did not give everything the time to backfill just yet, so randomness into the distribution of elements, especially satellites, may have something to say about we are being fully backed up on stuff just yet. But in general, yeah, you can only start with asynchronous launches from the start. Alright. Synchronous launch. Here we go. We'll do it twice. We'll do once zoomed in, and once zoomed out to see all the rockets fly up very far. We'll start zoomed in. Here we go. Whoa. Holy moly. The sound is definitely way worse with synchronous launch. Sorry about that. I did not see that coming. I should have seen that coming, given my grenade biter experiences from the past. Sorry about that. Okay, now we can do it again. The advantage of synchronous launch is you can decide the moment the rockets launch. But my eardrums almost blew out of my ears there. We need a holy moly counter. You can add one again. Alright, so what is the votes on synchronous launches against asynchronous launches? I am in the asynchronous launches camp, but looks like many of you like the synchronous ones. Okay, now we'll be zoomed out a bit more and further away from the silos. So this should be a lot less hard on the ears. We can get the Ben the Fish Lake in there and the uranium patch on the screen as well then. Something like so. Async is better. Team sync. Async is better. Async. It looks like Martinez doesn't have a lot of success with getting through Nightbot. I'll post Martinez's link again, another clip. Okay, here we go again. It's already getting daytime. Come on. I do love how the entire place just lights up like it's day with the launches. Okay, I must admit it does look very pretty as well. Now we are standing too far away and we are zoomed out beyond the game's normal limits. So that really messes with the sound experience, I suppose. Launch the rocket on Factorio website, yeah. Factorio website has a very unique home back to top button. The back to top link which was always there on the web pages in the 90s, which nobody ever uses. Factorio has one too. It's the rocket at the bottom of the screen of the website. Once you click that, the rocket will actually launch and you will fly back up in the rocket to the top of the web page. You should absolutely give that a try if you're on the Factorio website. I guess I can showcase that myself as well. We'll do a little bit less zoomed in the night still. Here I should still be able to hear sound. Because without sound the experience is way less. Okay, there we go. I'm not hearing the sound. Okay, we'll go with the rockets this time. And they just despawn. That is another reason why you can zoom out as far in the real game. Alright, I like the asynchronous rocket launches more though. Alright. I think that was it then for today. At least we got the rocket launches on screen this time. But that took again way longer than I thought it would take. So just one more stream for the train to connect the signs. I mean, it's not that much, man. We need to design a loading station, unloading. The unloading station is already basically set up. We need to pick up the signs. Pick up the signs here. We need to connect oil. No, just water to the robot frames. And that's all. Right? How long can it take? Longer than I have time for today, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not going to try. But in theory, it should not be that bad. Okay, now we can also prepare the 1000 signs per minute launch facility. This is the 1000 signs per minute launch facility, including the labs. And this is the 10,000 signs per minute launch facility. Quite a difference in scale. Alright. So, I guess I will do another asynchronous launch at the end. How can I do that? We go back to this save. For the outro. And we'll do a very zoomed out one over the base as well, where we have everything in there. Just for to appreciate the grand picture. Sometimes you gotta zoom out in life, you know. And sometimes you gotta zoom out further than they will let you. And you install a mod in your brain to let you see things from further away. Can you chain launch them to have a never-ending launch? I suppose we could, because with 98 rocket launches launching roughly every 10 minutes, that's supposed to be about one launch every, every 6 seconds, right? So yeah, it's definitely possible to chain launch them. But that is not something you just casually set up in a couple moments, I suppose. That really requires you to do a bit of wiring. You should load the X2. Okay, you're right. This will take about as long to... The first one though, this one has the night launch. This one has the night launch. We can still speed up the game a bit. Especially in the first part. 95 UPS at the moment. Yeah, we're going to let them launch whenever the bots feel like it. Satellite production should be faster than... a lot faster than we need. We need like a crafting speed of 0.8 on this machine to keep up. But then again... yeah, and every chest is requesting only one satellite. So we should have those satellites produced in time, I feel. Is it producing constantly? Almost. Yeah, the 100 insertion things is kinda what is holding us back. But yeah, it's fast enough. It is fast enough. This time I will save before the first launch. I'm stuck in the decorative science chests over there. Where am I gonna stand? Should they get the spider again? Disconnect these guys. They can stand somewhere in the picture as well. Somewhere over there perhaps. And then I get my own spider to get me out of this cluster of rocket silos where I just keep getting stuck on everything. No mech armor. So everything can be and will be in the way in this version of the game. Alright, so eventually I want to be standing super far away. Oh, those chests look very weird. Where am I standing? I'm standing in the middle, so maybe we'll have some sound still. And we should launch in the night. Maybe the 1K SPM base does not need to be on there. Yeah, I think like this it's gonna look really cool. How is pollution? Actually, that's a good question. We haven't looked at pollution at all. How fast is it spreading? So this is the old pollution cloud, which is still dissipating, mostly. The old base has been switched off for a while now, but the pollution was just so high it's taking forever. New pollution is actually growing decently fast if you take the fact into account that this is we reloaded to the very first moment. So all what we did was fill up the belts a little bit. Well, a little bit. It's some long belts, I must admit. But yeah, I'm definitely glad we took out a big portion of biters, because once the entire base switches on, that's going to be an entirely different story. We could give that a try as well. We are waiting for the rockets anyway. I'm not going to use this save, so we can use the map editor to basically delete the science packs out of existence. And then the entire base will switch on. Okay, here are no actual science packs coming out yet, because this is not connected. And we'll just spawn in robot frames then. That should switch on yellow signs. We'll get the base going in full swing. So we'll come back to yellow signs in a bit to see if that works. Now we just start to delete purple signs. Purple signs is deleted. So this should now switch on as well. This starts to move already. Some of these belts are moving, but with rails it's really hard to see what is moving and what not. So we'll take a look at that as well. So the only thing that is not going to be included in power is the actual consumption of the science packs, but the creation is going to go up to 10k like this. Alright, the entire base will switch on. This also can be then a sort of a warning for us in case... what's going on? Oh, I'm in editor mode, I forgot. That's enough editor mode. Okay, 46 parts, one more Factorio day. Okay, let's look at everything then. There goes red signs. It takes a while for the belts to empty and for the last assemblers to switch on. But eventually they should switch on as well. As soon as there's space on the belts, there we go. Here we go. Oh, everything is switched on. Green signs is about to go as well. Okay, everything goes. Yeah, nice. Alright. So everything is flowing. This is the OG blue signs. We got 4 yellow bells. We can better showcase it like so. We got 4 yellow bells for sulfur. 4 red belts for engines and 4 blue belts for chips, because that's exactly the ratio we turn out to need. This is exactly what we need for 10,080 signs per minute. This is my smeltery, which can produce slightly more than a belt of copper, because that's what we needed right here. So we still have the normal ore coming in, but we needed slightly more out of that. So that's what we are getting. How are we doing? 59 rocket parts, alright. Let's check back at yellow signs and purple. Look at this. Immediately around these assemblers, a big fog of pollution cloud. Yellow signs is disappearing. And I realized I made a mistake here. This should be blue belts. So So I kind of downgraded blue to yellow, blue to red, and upgraded red to blue. Like basically a mirror function, but the output bells need to be... The output bells need to be blue. Alright. So we will see that in the science graph pretty soon, that yellow science was not up to speed with the other ones. That's what G crossing at work. Yeah, rails moving on the belt looks very not visible, to be honest. Stone though is good. Let's look at the pizza splice. The pizza, I cannot pronounce that to save my life. Pizza slice splitter, there we go. We get in adjacent belts and we take out alternating belts. Very nice. Okay, let's watch some other monstrosities. Like this one. Pipe and belt weaving, because why not? $77 rocket parts. And now everything should be switched on, so let's take a look at the production graph. So yeah, 10k signs per minute. Yellow signs should have switched on a little bit later compared to the rest. The rest just went up there. Yellow signs, the belts were not up to speed. It looks like we're getting there with yellow signs as well. Takes a little bit of time. These will oscillate quite a bit because they are produced in batches of 3. So over a 5-second window you cannot really tell. You need to wait 10 hours to be sure, but you need to have at least like a 10-minute overview to get any reasonable information out of there. Okay, we are at 87 rocket parts here. I'm gonna go out of editor mode. This launch was happening in the night, right? Why is it not night? I will editor mode it to night if it's going to be too early. It is going to be too early. Right, so now everything is running and we are at 50 UPS. House power, 50 gigawatts at the moment. Is everything on? I don't know. 50 gigawatts sounds like not a lot. Okay, I'm going to save this like 20x. Editor mode night launch. Okay, I have to do this quickly now. I think I just didn't waste so much time to connect the bells this time. I thought this would automatically lead to a night launch. Pause. No, it's becoming night. Okay, we'll do it from here. Okay, let's get the shot. Okay, there we go, I suppose. Okay, rockets are ready. Enjoy. I will see you hopefully in the next stream. I hope tomorrow, I'm not entirely sure yet. But anyway, this is the end for me. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Be here for the finalist of all finalists. And hopefully I will see you next time. Okay, we'll do one more.